What's up, and welcome back to another episode of Gizmo Slip Tech. I might need to do that one more time as the live stream sometimes take a moment to launch. It's going to refresh and make sure it's good to go. So, what's up, and welcome to the episode of Gizmo Slip Tech. Today we're taking a look at the Asus Flow Z13 featuring the new AI Max Plus 395. We're going to be doing a bunch of live stream testing, benchmarking, detailed analysis of the laptop, the keyboard, the upgradability, and thermals, and just pretty much everything about this machine. We're going to play over 10 games. You can see everything that we're going to do in the list over here on the right side. And you can see we've got synthetic benchmarks, we got game tests, we've got fan noise testing, speaker testing, laptop control software, UFO ghosting test, which is new for this live stream, first time trying it. We're going to test the display, evaluate the keyboard and mouse, the ports, the bloatware, the webcam quality, Windows Hello. We're going to try to, we can't remove the whole bottom, but there is one panel you can remove for upgradability for the M.2. And of course, we're going to unbox the laptop, weight, hinge, flex test, and talk about the biggest pros and cons as well as value comparison, which is the first thing that we're doing today. So what's up, guys? And I see a bunch of people hopping in the stream. Join us. I have a question. When will the 9955HX3D and 285HX come out? So right now, XMG is planning on sending me a 275HX, which is what is going to be in the majority. The 285 is only just a little bit faster, like I think 0.1 gigahertz faster. So it's really almost the same thing. And the 9955HX3D is going to take a little while to send to me, but they're sending the 275HX soon. So we'll get that one tested first, and then the 9955HX3D after a little while once they can send a review unit over. And so it's going to take a little bit. But right now I've just been waiting on review units to come in. I've got a SCAR 18 and a Strix G16 on the way soon as well, and more Asus laptops, Acer, and hopefully I can get some Razer, HP, and Lenovo laptops as well soon. But for now, the first three are going to be the Asus laptops, and XMG will be after that. So today, let me show you the box, and then we'll get into some specs and comparison overview. So this is the external box right here. We've got another two little internal boxes inside of here, which we're going to go over and show you. Now, Asus sent over this review unit for me to test, so big shout out and thank you to them. And they're going to let me hold on to this for the foreseeable future. So I just like to have full clarity about the laptop. I don't have to send this one back. I like having full disclosure on all of that. That said, I'm going to say everything that I would say about it just the same as if it was just a temporary review unit. So this is the Flow Z13. Let's do a quick overview. This is this year's version. This model costs $22.99 and has gone sale as lowest price was $21.99. Currently it's out of stock. Time Spy score is roughly 10,600. Doesn't necessarily tell the full story because, you know, AMD GPUs do tend to underperform in Time Spy relative to NVIDIA GPUs. Weighs 2.65 pounds. And has a 3.4-inch display. So a half-inch thick. We've got a detachable keyboard, a fairly thicker base to the Z13, a transparent loosened back, CNC milled aluminum chassis, along with a Gorilla Glass touchscreen display, a 13-megapixel rear camera with a 5-megapixel front camera. So there's a lot of nice upgrades. 180 hertz QHD plus Nebula display with 100% DCI-P3 color gamut. And the model we have today is 32 gigs of DDR5X 8000 memory. And you can assign 4, 8, 16 gigs of memory to the VRAM. And I really wish you could assign 12 because it'd actually be a much better balance. We'll get into that when we get into the software. And I'll show you how you can do that. Now, compared to last generation, the Flow Z13 from 2023, 2024, where you can get a 4050 in it, you know, you've got 16 gigs of DDR5, a 1 terabyte SSD, QHD 165 hertz, so you got a slower display. The CPU in this is not nearly as good. The R24 is only 850, and the R24 for the new Ryzen AI Max is 1758. It's very insane. We'll take a closer look at that. It might actually be a little bit better than that, I think, in my test. But it depends on the settings you set it at. Time Spy, also a big jump up from the 4050, 7,200, all the way up to over 10,000 with the new Radeon 8060S. Now, this is the fastest new GPU from AMD. Technically, I think the Radeon 6800M from like 3-4 years ago might have been just a little bit faster than this, but that was a really high power throughput dedicated GPU. And this is the latest technology. Now, this is an integrated GPU. And if you actually look at the chips, and I did get to see the actual chipset on this, the iGPU is huge. The CPU is actually smaller than the iGPU on the CPU die itself. So very interesting. Now, there is 16 cores, 32 threads of Zen 5 cores. We're going to go ahead and take a quick look at the processor specs. So the Ryzen AI Max 395, Max Plus 395, crazy name. I think I'm just going to call it the Max Plus 395 or the 395 for short. We're looking at 16 Zen 5 hyper-threaded cores, so 32 threads, 16 cores, up to 5.1 gigahertz on the Max Plus clock. And yeah, it's supposed to go all the way up to 120 watts of max power configurable. But in this unit, I believe the maximum we can take it to is 92 watts. But 92 watts for a tablet is kind of insane. And it's a 4 nanometer finishing process, 4 nanometer node. So very power efficient CPU for sure. Let me pop over to chat, make sure I'm not missing anything real quick. You got the G14 with the 5080 coming anytime soon? I wish, I hope so. When will I do the Zephyrus G16? Not sure. Asus, I believe, is planning on sending that over to me though. So just gotta be patient. It's been a while. You're finally back, man. After so long, it's good to have you back. Thanks for the welcome backs, everybody. And I'm glad to be here. So welcome everyone to the live stream. Let's continue going over the Flow Z13. So this has a slightly new design compared to last year. We have a diagonal see-through window now on the Flow Z13. The big thing, of course, is the new Ryzen AI Max Plus 395 with the Radeon 80S graphics. It's a huge step up, I think, overall, and makes this tablet actually competitive with many workstations, potentially, in theory, as fast as my Razer Blade 18 from 2 years ago, but it's in a much smaller form factor and size. So in my opinion, thinking about the laptop applications for this chip as well is very, very impressive potentially, and could lead to some very compact and portable laptops that also have a lot of power. So this review, I think the key thing to look at in this review is the actual performance of the CPU, both in games and in CPU performance benchmarks. All right, so here is some comparisons from the Radeon RX 7600S, which was a very commonly sold GPU recently. You can see this new 8060 GPU in Time Spy, massive upgrade over the Radeon RX 7600S. And in addition, the CPU power is highly efficient. We can compare numbers here when we get into the actual benchmarks, but they're saying at 90 watts, we should get close to 33,000, 32,000 in Cinebench R23, which is pretty insane for a little tablet. That's definitely more than my Blade 18, if it's actually pulling that off. I don't think we saw numbers quite that high in my test. Certainly not in the 10-minute test. Maybe for one-off runs, we might be able to pull that high. I don't know. We'll have to see. So this does have FreeSync, AMD FreeSync, which means that the frames displayed on the display are going to be synchronized so they don't have screen tearing, kind of like G-Sync, but with FreeSync from AMD. Up to 128 gigs unified memory. Unified memory here means that you're going to actually be able to use the CPU and GPU. Sorry, the CPU and GPU will actually use the same unified memory. So the LPDDR5X 8000 megahertz memory will be allocatable. So you can say, I want 8 gigs of VRAM and 24 gigs of system memory. Or you can say, I want 16 gigs of VRAM and 16 gigs of system memory in this unit. Now you can get it configured with 32, 64, or 128 gigs, and it does cost more each time you upgrade it. Now there's an upgradable M.2 storage slot in here, but it is a small drive, the 2230, I believe. So it's a very small drive, or the 2210 is the shortest one. And I believe the maximum size is only 2 terabytes. So definitely something to keep in mind. Now, in this new redesign, they have this vapor chamber cooler with a larger 70 watt hour battery. They have had to do a lot of different VRM updates, as well as different motherboard pathway updates and optimization with the PCB to allow all the data transfer and the chip to communicate and everything on a motherboard this small. You can see it says full CNC milled aluminum chassis. They don't say aluminum, but it's milled chassis. I'm not sure. I'm guessing it's aluminum. Maybe it's a type of other metal though. Retro futurism design inspired by the golden age of space. Power, you can see. So this lights up and is RGB, and it does look really good, I think. This is a touch-enabled display, and it does come with a stylus. Normally, at least in the tech specs, it says it comes with a stylus, but my review unit did not have a stylus in the box. So we won't be able to test that today. Claims up to 10 hours of battery life, which is probably possible if you're doing something really optimized. But don't expect 10 hours of battery life if you're gaming. Yeah, don't expect probably more than an hour, hour and a half if you're gaming at high-end games at least. The lighter weight games, you might be able to get 2 or 3 hours. I don't know. We have to do more testing. But yeah, in my experience, when gaming, I could probably kill it in an hour if I'm trying to game at highest possible FPS, well under heavy load. So we're looking at a new vapor chamber, dual fan, and one downside about this design is that there's no way to clean out the fans directly without taking the whole thing apart, which is very complex. So they do have a dust filter on this. I believe they talk about it coming up here. Liquid metal thermal grizzly conductor knot. And here's the dust filter right here. Helps keep the dust out of the laptop. But I think no matter what you're going to do, eventually there's going to be some dust entering the system. So I was talking to Sasha from Asus about this, and they cannot recommend you to use a can of dust off or anything like that blows air into the chassis because it might damage the fans. But I can say that I have used dust off in the past. It's very important if you're going to use dust off to get dust out of the fans, turn the system completely off and be very gentle. Don't spin the ramp of the fans up really high or you can risk damaging them. But you could probably get a lot of dust out of the system just using a vacuum and then using the dust off to get the dust out. But that is certainly a concern long term. If you want to keep this, say, 5 years, the dust is going to build up and eventually it would probably need to be cleaned out properly. So QHD 190 Hertz, 16 by 10 aspect ratio, 90% screen to body ratio with AMD FreeSync, and 100% DCI-P3 color gamut means this is a very work capable, Pantone validated display. You can edit on this, you can play games on this, you can really enjoy your content really well with this. Gorilla Glass 5, essentially Gorilla Glass 5 is going to be more durable than most Gorilla Glass, and this has a DXC coating to prevent reflections, but I can definitely still see some reflections on the display in bright environments especially. Now, in normal use in darker rooms, like generally this room's not too dark unless the light is right behind me, I don't really see reflections on the display. So if there's bright sources of light directly behind you, you're going to see that the reflections happen pretty often. So definitely something to keep in mind about this tablet. Now for connectivity, we have 2 USB 4s, which are Type-C, and they have DisplayPort 2.1 video output there and power delivery 3.0, allowing you to connect and power the laptop with a docking station, for example. Then we also have a USB-A 3.2, HDMI 2.1, and a micro SD card reader for expanding that storage a little bit. You could put a large micro SD card in there if you want, and then have extra space to store games. Potentially, you need high-speed micro SD if you're going to store games on there, but mainly for like just video storage or extra storage is probably what I would mainly use the micro SD card reader for. Know that the performance on loading games, if you're going to load games on the micro SD card, it's going to be less reliable. And over the long haul, micro SD cards are not really designed to be constantly accessed, so they'll eventually slow down and degrade and fail. But they're great for storing extra files like photos and videos for sure. So there's definitely some additional flexibility there. Now you also get a 3.5 millimeter combo jack on this power key, volume key, and a command setter key, which you hold that with a long press, you can access Copilot, micro SD card on the side, 200-watt adapter that's reversible from the Asus power adapter, HDMI 2.1, and the two Type-Cs. So the ports for a tablet are very impressive. Better than some 13-inch laptops out there. Now, this says there's 4 speakers here. My impression of the speakers so far have not been that good, but we'll do a more technical analysis with the actual audio files I usually compare today. And then, of course, we have Armory Crate to control the software, which we're going to get into here in a moment. So the amount of potential this has as a tablet to fulfill gamers' needs is, and a work professional's needs, is better than any previous tablet that I've ever been aware of. So I'm very excited about this tablet for a bunch of different reasons. 16 cores, 32 threads in a tablet of Zen 5 cores, full performance cores is insane. And then the fact that it's an integrated GPU, and it's the most powerful integrated GPU that we've seen in a laptop, that's competitive with up to something like an RTX 4060, maybe even a 4070, depending on certain games. It's insane. So very, very impressed overall with the specs on paper. We need to get into some actual performance testing and everything. We'll be doing that here soon, here in a moment. So I wanted to show you the buy page, but the browser right now, for some reason, is not responding. I don't know. All right. It's fine. But just know that the 64 gig and 128 gig models are going to cost a few $100s more for each step up. So $2,300 for the 32 gig. I think it's $2,500 for the, yeah, I don't know why my browser seems to be crashing there. So, oh well. I'll have to check the price on it in a little bit. Checking. Yeah, I think my whole Brave browser crashed on me. So I'm going to need to pull up chat in a different window or reopen Brave here. See if I can get back into all I have on my screen right now is a white page, restore, there we go. Pulling back up the page. Awesome, okay. Is there a laptop with the 9955HX 3D and the 5090 with Thunderbolt 5? No, because Thunderbolt 5 is not compatible with the 9955HX 3D. Major says, I've seen a few conflicting reviews of the RTX 5080 on the G14 being quite poor, hoping to see your input before pulling the trigger. Well, I would love to review that if I can, but we'll have to see, Major. I think it would still be a good laptop, but we'll have to actually find out. Okay, so let's get into value comparison versus competition. Okay, all right, so what's the competition for the Z13? We've got, from a tablet perspective, if you're looking for just a pure tablet experience or a semi-computer tablet-y experience, you got the iPad Pro. The downside here is that it's the Apple OS and it's a tablet OS, not the full Mac OS. If it was the full Mac OS, you'd be way more competitive with the Z13 because then you'd be dealing with enterprise applications instead of mobile applications. And I mean, the tablet applications on the iPad are pretty good, but they're not competitive with the full MacBook or the full Windows application. So to me, that's not really a good option for someone who wants to do real heavy gaming or who wants to do professional use case. So yeah, I think the iPad speakers and a media consumption perspective, the iPad's going to be a lot better for just watching movies and stuff because the speakers are better and the display is brighter and it's thinner, lighter, and more portable. but you're not really getting the full PC experience with the iPad Pro. I think the Zephyrus G14 is probably realistically one of the most competitive products. So we're talking about thin and ultralight portable gaming laptop. Blade 14, G14, MSI Stealth 14, all of those would be potentially comparable products to this one. And I think that those gaming laptops offer probably a little bit better typing experience if you're going to be holding the laptop in your lap a lot, because the tablet stand kicks out and it really needs a table for it to be super comfortable long term. That said, the specs that they're offering in the Z13 in some ways, especially from a CPU perspective, are far superior than something like the Zephyrus G14. That said, the G14 is probably also a lot cheaper. So it's trade-offs, because you're definitely paying a premium price for this Ryzen AI Max Plus 395. It's not a cheap CPU. It's going to be a very expensive CPU. So, yeah, my prediction and my hope as well is that AMD continues with this idea, the idea of a powerful integrated GPU that is enough GPU chops to play modern games on ultra settings at QHD, and expands on it in the next generation and the future generations, maybe even offering a couple different tiers, like a mid tier and a higher tier, and also maybe like, you know, what if they offered a 8-core 16-thread with the same Radeon 8060S or something similar for a more budget entry gaming laptop, like a mid-range, you know, so you could charge maybe $1,000 to $1,500 range, depending on if it's on sale or not, for something like that. And because this one right now, you know, at $2,300 starting price, it makes the Z13 just, you know, you're instantly starting to compare it to the ultra premium products only. And that's fine. This is definitely an ultra premium product in and of itself. So it's not all bad. But when you're talking about a product that you can sell, you know, 100,000 of, you really got to be targeting a little bit lower price point, you know, in the $1,000 to $1,500 range. So that's my hope for the future. From a value comparison perspective, the CPU performance you're getting for the money is excellent with 16-core 32 threads and very high multi-core rendering performance while still being fairly power efficient is really good. From the GPU perspective, the Radeon 8060S, you know, you're not getting that much gaming chops for $2,300. You're getting enough, but not amazing. So you really, the value here is in the portability and the power you have in the portability form factor. And then also the 16 cores, 32 threads aspect of it is a huge plus for people that need to have lots of cores and threads for their work, or you just want a really high performance machine that will be basically future proof for a long time, be able to provide lots of performance for video editing, office tasks, gaming, whatever you need it to do. This can pretty much do it all for a long time. Though with games, you will have to turn some settings down eventually if you want to play, especially if you want to play more native and not do upscaling or frame generation, which if you use upscaling and frame generation, you can pretty much play almost all modern games on it. In my initial testing, it was very impressive. When am I going to review any of the 5080 or 5090 laptops? Should be very soon. Asus is sending me some, and XMG are sending me some. Should be, I mean, they were supposed to be here at the beginning of April, but there's delays in the products being sent out. Lots of complicated issues with the laptops on launch, as well as driver issues. So pretty much all of the manufacturers were delayed sending most of the review units out. So, okay. I'm in the UK. I've had my Z13. Something I don't know what you're saying. Can Thunderbolt 4 support 2 displays, one in dual mode, 4K 240 Hz, and Full HD 480 Hz? Yeah, I don't think Thunderbolt 4 can support that level of display output. Even 4K 240 Hz, I believe, is not possible with Thunderbolt 4, I think. Mainly because of the display port. The Full HD 480 Hz should be possible because that's a lot easier to output than 4K 240 Hz. 4K 240 hertz is like way more bandwidth. Scar 16, hopefully, also I hope I can review that. We'll see. It's up to Asus what they send me, right? I can't control what the brands send me necessarily. So to some extent, I'm at the mercy of what the brands send me unless I want to spend tons of my own money, which I did that a couple years ago. And yeah, I lost a lot of money buying a bunch of different laptops. But got the channel rolling, so it's okay. Love from Turkey. Turkey? Thanks, appreciate it. How far are we from seeing you do the 9955X3D CPU, 5090? Probably a few weeks is probably what we're looking at before I'll be able to get my hands on that. Hopefully soon though. Probably sometime in May. All right, so biggest pros and cons to this machine. Let's just get into that. Biggest pro, CPU performance for your portable size. Like we're talking about extremely portable package. We're talking biggest pro also being enough gaming performance in such a portable package. It's fantastic for your overall, I think from the majority of gamers' needs, it should meet their needs. Unless you're just someone who wants to always play at super high settings and super high frame rates, then you probably better spend getting something like an RTX 4080 or higher, because that's like another tier of GPU performance. It's like almost double. Going up to a 4080, 4090, 5080, or 5090, especially for a high TDP power limit version, but those machines are huge. So you're talking about a much thicker, much heavier, literally more than two to three times as much weight if you're gonna go with a system like that. But you also get 2 to 3 times more graphics performance. All right, so biggest cons here, I think you're talking minimal SSD space. Like I'm the kind of person that needs to have 2 8-terabyte drives in my laptop because I have 2 8-terabyte drives in my laptop and they're both almost full. So I am running out of space right now. I actually need to relocate and back up a bunch of stuff and move stuff around. So I'll be doing that when I move to my new laptop for 2025. So I could never use the Z13 as my main machine because there's not enough SSD space upgrade. I need at least one full 2280 SSD that's double-sided, so you can put an 8-terabyte stick in there. That's my minimum for maybe considering a laptop, but preferably 2 slots so I could put 16 terabytes in there. But that's not everyone, and not everyone needs that much space. But like right now, it comes with 1 terabyte SSD, and the new God of War Ragnarok is 175 gigs. So you're talking about taking 17-18% of your SSD for one game. So if you get 5 games like that, you can only put 5 games in this machine, which is just crazy, limited in terms of storage space. But it is upgradable to a 2 terabyte SSD. If you want to buy a 2 terabyte little SSD, you can put that in there and get double the space. Definitely helpful, but not enough space for someone who does dedicated video editing, live streaming with big video files and downloads big games. It's just not enough space for me. So that's a big con for me. Another con is the limited port selection compared to a big laptop. Only having one USB-A is fairly limiting. I run USB-As on my Blade 18. I oftentimes fill up all 3 of them if I'm live streaming and I've got multiple cameras. Each camera takes up a USB-A port. So right now I'm actually using a Thunderbolt 4 dock, the Razer Thunderbolt 4 dock, to connect all the cameras just using one cable. And in theory, if you just do something like that at home where you plug in lots of stuff, then it's not that big of a deal. You can just use a USB 4, plug that sucker in, and you can get all the ports you need when you're at home. But when you're on the go is the main issue. Do you need to plug in lots of stuff while you're moving from place to place? And if you do, then you're going to need to get some kind of portable dock hub to expand your ports on the fly, which can be a pain in the butt. So that's another con to the Z13. Now, another big pro to the Z13 is that it has enough performance to make the majority of people super happy, I think. That's my initial thoughts. From a CPU perspective and GPU perspective, it's enough. And I think you'll see in the benchmarks today that it's impressive what they did with an integrated GPU, and that the fact that we have unified memory between the system RAM and the VRAM. It's such a cool technology, And it makes it so that, especially if you get the 64 gig version, which is what I would recommend. I don't think 32 gigs is actually enough when you have unified memory. I kept running into VRAM bottlenecks, only signing 8 gigs. So I had to turn some textures down to medium in certain games if you only have 8 gigs allocated. And then if you go to 16 gigs for VRAM and system memory split, then sometimes you're running out of system memory space in games like Hogwarts that want to use like 24 gigs of system memory. So basically in certain titles, I was like, I really wish I had signed 8 gigs and had 24 gigs of system memory. And then in other titles, I was like, I really wish I had 16 because we didn't have enough VRAM and we were causing some stutters and some crashes from lack of VRAM. Now, regarding the crashes, I did run into quite a few crashing in the Z13, but that's primarily my fault because I actually max capped the SSD space on accident, and then there was nowhere for the extra. When the VRAM ran out at 8 gigs, the laptop actually just crashes right now. It doesn't let you, it doesn't give you a good warning when it crashes. It just goes to a blank screen or locks up and then reboots. So it took me a little while to figure it out that I needed to delete and free up some space on the SSD to be able to keep playing the games without crashing. So if you're running into crashing with the Z13 when gaming, make sure you have enough SSD space. Keep at least 10% of the drive open so that, well, it's better for SSD performance and longevity of the SSD drive, but it also is important for using the SSD when the VRAM is totally used up in a game so that the system doesn't just instantly crash. So that's something else to keep in mind. Okay, let's go ahead and get into the unboxing, checking chat one more time. I heard this chip is coming for the next gen gaming handhelds. I have not heard anything like that, but I wouldn't be surprised if they had something similar-ish in something like the ROG Ally Extreme version or something like that at some point. But they don't need obviously 16 core 32 threads, but the Radeon 8060S would be a sweet integrated GPU to incorporate into a high-powered gaming handheld. That said, it might not be quite power efficient enough, but something similar to the 8060S. Yes, I think it would be really good. How big will the performance difference between the 9955HX3D and 285HX be? I will have to see. We'll have to see. It's hard to say what the performance difference will be until we actually do all the benchmarks in a like-for-like chassis. So it needs to have the same cooling potential, similar levels of wattage going through the system, and same memory, hopefully, and everything else pretty much the same, so that we get identical performance comparison if we really want to know the performance between those two CPUs. But Intel definitely made some big strides forward this generation, so I think the chips are going to be more competitive than I initially thought. I thought the 955HX was going to be ahead, but I think the 285HX may still be in the lead, but it might be a little bit behind. We'll have to actually wait and see until we get all the testing done, right? But it's going to be very close. Okay. All right. Do I know how to undervolt and overclock the 285HX? I do not yet, but it's probably very similar to previous generations. If you want to look at my Titan overclocking and undervolting videos, it'll probably be basically identical to those, at least for MSI, but it depends on what your laptop brand is. Lenovo, Asus, and all the different brands do it a little bit differently, and some let you undervolt, which essentially means overclocking at the same time. So yeah, just depends. Okay, let's get into the unboxing portion. I hope that was a good question and answer. I'm gonna try to keep the questions more focused on the Z13, because this piece of content is gonna be live for a long time, and people are mainly gonna be interested in the Z13 for this review. So I'd like to keep the questions primarily focused around the Z13 if we can. All right, so here's the box. Got the Asus logo here, ROG. We can do the top-down camera as well, so you can see kind of down in there. So you can see the way they pack it is Pretty interesting. They've got a big box here, silver coating on that box, another silver coated box here. Let's pull this out. All right, so these help keep the little box safe in case the big box is damaged or poked or something. And then this has a nice cover on it. Then we've got this, which is the power adapter box, also inside the big box. All right, so taking a look at the power adapter box first, we've got the 200 watt, I believe it's 200 watt, yeah, 200 watt power adapter right here. It's a power brick. It has a reversible power plug. So this can go in either direction, I believe, into the laptop, which is really nice. All right, and then we also have a power, the removable power plug that goes from the wall outlet to the power adapter. And this has a little cover on it and a little plastic wrap here. This also has some Velcro. The downside here for this is that it's really short. It's a really short cable. So be prepared to take, this is gonna be pretty close to the wall, and then this one is gonna be able to stretch and get up on top of the table if you're going to do, if you need to plug this sucker in. The overall length, this cable is probably about 5.5 feet long, and then this cable is only about 2 feet long. So if you're talking total cable length, only 7, maybe 8 feet is not that long, right? Most laptops these days, I think you really want to have 10, maybe even 12 feet of cable length. So I would encourage ASUS to add another at least 2-3 feet onto this cable itself. Okay, I don't really have to remove that plastic right now. Let's go ahead and take a look inside of this box. All right, so we'll set this right here. All right, so the Flow Z13, those who dare. I love the design. It's kind of got a holographic effect. Just this, and this is the same shape as the multicolor part on the back of the tablet. So you can see on here we have the Ryzen AI Max Plus 395, 1 terabyte PCIe Gen 4, Wi-Fi 7. I believe it's Bluetooth 5.4 on this. 70 watt-hour battery. Let's go ahead and lift this up. There we go. And here's the keyboard cover. So we can just reach in here, pull the Z13 out. Here's the translucent back cover. CNC milled aluminum. The reversible kickstand opens to a huge degree. And here is where you upgrade the M.2 if you want to upgrade the M.2. All right, and this kickstand, of course, is reversible. And notice it has this, it magnetically pops to the keyboard, or this bottom part of the display magnetically attaches here, so it stays more firm to the laptop itself. And then you can also have a secondary magnet on the bottom there, and this is where the little data input transfer and is for powering the keyboard here as well. So you need to make sure this is connected to be able to use the keyboard. So if you want to have a lighter weight tablet experience without the keyboard, you can do that. You can also attach the keyboard and flip the keyboard to the back so that you can have the tablet experience with the keyboard on there. But just know that I feel like with the keyboard, it definitely is quite a bit bulkier. And even without the keyboard, it's definitely a bulkier tablet experience compared to some of the other ones out there, like like the iPad Pro or other super thin ARM-based tablets. They're just going to not need as much power, and they're going to be far less powerful compared to this one for a lot of different applications, depending, of course, on the application itself. The MacBook, the iPad Pro is probably the most competitive in terms of performance for the thinner tablets, but the Snapdragon tablets can also be pretty competitive too. It just depends on what you're looking to do, because you can't run modern games on an iPad Pro. So it's not even the same user base, I don't think. for this tablet versus the iPad Pro. That's why it's really not that directly comparable. Now, right here, thank you for purchasing an Asus laptop. Let me see if I can get you a better camera angle here so you can read this. Okay. Thank you for purchasing it. It's still not quite in focus. There we go. Thank you for purchasing an Asus laptop. Register your laptop and receive 1 year of Asus accidental protection and other exclusive benefits. So if you register this, you can get a 1 year accidental coverage that'll include liquid spills, electrical surges, and accidental drops, which is super cool because the tablet is far more likely to break than a normal laptop, because you're going to be holding it in a lot more compromising situations, and the non-clamshell design will also be more likely to break when you drop the thing. So something to keep in mind. Now, they have a little guide here for the laptop as well. Let me just, I don't have much of a backlight, so it makes it a little harder to show this. Let me back it up a little bit. This is a new filming setup for me, so trying to get the right angle for all of this stuff. Well, this light still shows it all. It's kind of tricky. If you pause it, I'm sure you'll be able to read it. I can also increase the brightness here. There we go. That'll probably make it a lot easier to read. But it goes over all the different ports, the docking station on the bottom, the power button, all of this. I already went over this once, but good port selection, detachable keyboard. The keyboard has been improved. The touchpad size has been increased. The keycap sizes have been enlarged to fit a 15-inch keyboard. The rear ventilation has been changed, and the vapor chamber has been improved as well. So I believe it's a 13 megapixel camera on the back, 5 megapixel infrared camera on the front for Windows Hello. So some safety notices and getting started. All right, and then we've got our warranty card as well. So you can take a look at this if you want to know all the details of the warranty, but there's a lot of nitty-gritty things in the warranty, things like, if you have so many dead pixels, is it fixable, or is it, they're not going to even do anything, or, whatever. It's usually, oftentimes, see like right here, 3 bright pixels or 5 dark pixels, or 8 bright and or dark pixels in total, then they'll service your laptop. So if you want to read all of that, you can, but it's a lot of things that you don't really need to know unless you actually get in a situation where something's wrong with your device, which I think is, it's fairly unlikely that you'll need service, at least anytime soon in the first year, but it does happen. So it's good to know the terms if you are that kind of person that likes diving into the nitty-gritty details of your warranty. All right, so I am going to check the chat really quick. Johnny the Rabbit says, I'm going to keep my Strix G16 with the i9 14900HX and 4080 mobile. I repasted it and temps are very good. I'm happy about it. That's good, man. That's a good laptop. Nothing wrong with that. So the RAM config is 32, not 64. Yes, we have a total of 32 gigs in the unit that I'm reviewing today, but you can buy it with 32, 64, or 128 gig, and it's unified. So that means that the VRAM and system memory are shared. Okay. So I want to do some quick overview usage of the machine. All right, so here is the laptop. Let's just demonstrate the mechanics of how it works. So this is the kickstand. This kickstand is firm. It is not easy to move. I could push the laptop back and forth and this kickstand does not move. It does kind of snap down to this, like the last 15% or so. It will snap down and you can see on the other camera angle. So that means that if you're going to set this up to be very, very flat on a table, you can do that. Like it's extremely flat right now, and that's really nice. And the keyboard, when you're using it, is actually elevated and it's at a bit of an angle. So you can see it better probably here, how much of an angle you can set it. But there's a lot of variety in terms of table angles for how well you can use it. Now, when you're using it in your lap, right? If I'm going to put this sucker in my lap, let's see what that looks like. You can see it's a bit tricky, but you can do it. And over time, this might get a little bit painful, you know, pushing down into your leg, because it's kind of like a metal, kind of a sharp metal edge here. Not too sharp, but it's edgy enough that it might hurt eventually. But it's certainly possible to use this in your lap, especially for shorter periods of time. Not really a big deal, but it's not ideal compared to an actual full-fledged laptop, I think. A full-fledged laptop is just going to be more comfortable in your lap over the long haul. That said, if you're going to game with the machine in your lap, this actually might be a little bit better because all the heating components will be at the top up here, and all the heat will be expelled straight out the top, and everything that's going to touch your legs will be fairly cool, I think, in theory. So in one sense, it could be a really good gaming machine for gaming in your lap with full power when plugged in, for example. Okay, so I want to do some B-roll shots. I've got, this is going to be new today, but let's turn this sucker on, and we'll also do a flex test here. And I want to do some style shots if I can. I've got a slider that we can just try to do some left-right slides with. Go ahead and turn it on. All right, so let me switch cameras. And we'll see how well this works, and you'll have to let me know, everybody, in the comments, in chat or afterwards, if you think it's a good idea to keep doing these style shots or not. We'll just take a couple minutes, probably less than 10, I'll say that, to try to get some style shots. Actual says, it says 64 gigs in Best Buy. I believe that's because they don't sell the base model. But if you go for the base model, it comes with 32. Okay, so I'm gonna go ahead and hide camera. Okay. There we go. All right. Put the cable down here. There we go. All right. So the system is loading up right now. All right, I'm gonna have to scoot this over some more. All right, let's go for a couple left-right movement shots. All right, so This is going to be manually tracked. Which may turn out all right. Or not. We'll have to see in post. I want to come back now. Okay, this shot I want to be level. There we go. All right. So let's go ahead and do one more pass. And then I'll zoom in on the keyboard. Keyboard and trackpad. So you guys can get a really good look at the keyboard and trackpad. You can see how wide those keycaps are. Very similar to a full-size laptop keyboard this generation. I feel very comfortable typing on it for sure. I don't notice, you know, sometimes you notice when you go to a tablet and how much worse the keyboard experience is, but I didn't really notice that with this keyboard. It felt very good, and I think the firmness of the keyboard deck itself also was improved, making the overall typing experience to be still quite good. Notice the arrow keys have little gaps on the left and right, making it easier to tell if you're touching the right, left, up, or down arrows, even though they're skinny arrows, which are much better, I think, than what the Blade does with the full-size fat left and rights. All they got to do is make them half size on the left and right, and it'll be much better on the Blade series as well. Let's go ahead and do a little more top down with the keyboard. You can see there's a single zone RGB keyboard on here with a pretty good backlight, but the thing about the keyboard is that it's not super bright, so in really bright environments, the keyboard backlight is kind of washed out to some extent. Let's go ahead and focus on the display. All right, so the display right now, the display is at 50% brightness. And it is still very bright and vibrant. Let's take a look from the side. It's kind of hard to see the ports right now. See if I can get another light over here going. That should help a lot. So right here you can see we have our power button, volume rocker up and down, our command button, and then our USB-A and a headphone jack. Interesting that they're still including a headphone jack, even though I think it's a pretty obsolete port now with very few actual users using that. All right, then on the left side, We have two USB 4s, HDMI 2.1, the reversible power plug, a micro SD card slot, and some grills for the speakers right there. Right, and then on the back, I can go ahead and just show you the sweet RGB light bar here. Translucent glass that changes color. You know, in the marketing, they show it kind of having a rainbow effect, but I think it's a single zone RGB, not a multicolor one, though I could be wrong. Maybe there's settings to make it multicolor. But as far as I can tell, it's just one color rotating to different colors, or one zone rotating to different colors. All right, and then let's go ahead and do a shot here. We'll go across the top. See if I can get it to be exactly what I want. So from going from left to right here, we've got our left fan exhaust, Republic of Gamers, and then our right fan exhaust. And then in the top corner up here, we have our rear camera. So this is the 13 megapixel rear camera. We'll test the quality on that camera here later today, here in a moment. So, wada bing, bada boom. There's some B-roll that we can include. Yeah. Oops, lost the cable there. I don't think we'll use the spinny top thing. That's good enough. Okay. All right. Cool. Zoom this out. I'm going to switch the camera back here. I'll move the camera back to my arm. Why no Blade 16 video? Because Razer has not sent me the Blade 16. That's pretty much the only reason. If they had sent it to me, I would have made a video on it already. But I did do a hands-on video at CES. If you want to check that out, you can. But hopefully, I can get Razer to send me some of the Blade series this year. I think it's pretty likely that they will, but we'll have to see. Danny says, I got mine and it's amazing, 5090. Congrats, that's awesome. Probably the next Blade thing that I'm going to make a video about is probably my Blade 18 2 years later review. I think people would be interested in that. We'll have to see. All right. So let's go ahead and check the weight and see if it matches what Asus says. Oh, dusty. All right. All right, so we got our scale here. We'll reset it to 0. Okay, and we'll go ahead and do just the tablet itself to start with. So 2 pounds, 11.4 ounces, and that's just the tablet by itself, not including the power adapter or the kickstand. Let's go ahead and add the kickstand. Sorry, well, the kickstand's part of the laptop. I meant the keyboard. We'll add the keyboard. So the keyboard itself is almost 1 pound, a little about 0.8 pounds itself. All right, and let's go ahead and throw the power adapter on there as well. So total carry weight is 4 pounds, 12.6 ounces. So about 4.77 pounds approximately for the whole thing, which is very, very portable and very, very light overall, relatively speaking, compared to, the majority of gaming laptops out there that weigh a lot more. Okay. So reviewing the ports, we've already done that. But essentially the port selection on here is very good for a tablet, but kind of mediocre for a laptop. There's only a total of 3 USBs, 2 USB-Cs that are USB 4, and 1 USB 3.2 Type A, which is great to have because I can plug in something like my wireless mouse or something like that with a USB-A. Very, very nice to not have to have a dongle to use a USB-A, but only having 1 USB-A, I really wish they had just skipped the headphone port maybe and squeezed in another USB-A. I don't know if that may not be possible, but that would have been sweet for 2 USB-As. That definitely would have been, I think, a lot better than having only 1 and then a headphone port that I don't think almost anyone is going to use. But I imagine some professionals are still using, the headphone port, but I am not one of them. Maybe some sound professionals probably could use the headphone port, but sound professionals could also use USB-C. So anyone in chat, do you guys use the headphone port on your laptop? When was the last time you used it? I'm thinking the majority of people are going to not need it pretty much ever again. So I think that's the next port to go, if I were to guess. Okay. All right, bloatware evaluation. Let's take a look here at the laptop and see where we're at. Danny says, I don't think the 18 will give you more FPS than the 16. It'll be the same. All they did was change CPU. Intel does heat up more. Am I correct? No, the Blade 18 has a higher power limit on the GPU, up to 175 watts, and the GPU on the 16 is, I think, up to 150 watts, I believe. Maybe a little bit more than that if it boosts really, really good, up to 160, I think, or something like that. But the majority of the time, it'll probably be less than 150. So yeah, the Blade 18 should be 10% faster with the 5090 in both the Blade 16 and Blade 18, just from the additional power, something like that. Like between 5 to 10% faster. So the Blade 18 definitely has a small performance advantage. Okay. So let's see, what were we doing? Webcam quality, right. All right, so we'll check out the rear camera as well as the front camera. Let's get this situated. Okay, so the camera is at the top. I do want to point out that there is a camera light. So this light up here is lit up, indicating the camera is active. And I gotta say, overall, the detail on the webcam is good. And the colors behind me are flashing and changing. So that's why my skin tone might look a little bit off, but It looks like a pretty high quality webcam. I would definitely say it's impressive. It's a 5 megapixel webcam. Let's go ahead and record a quick video. All right, what's up? This is me typing on the webcam, and I'm going to start typing now. Typing now, but I'm also talking. So how is the audio? Let's see if the audio is good, bad, or whatever. Let's go ahead and switch to photo mode. Nice. And let's see here. How do we switch to the other camera? So this button in the top right up here, switch to the back camera. And let me take a couple of selfies real quick. All right, and let me switch to video mode. All right, so this is the rear camera. How good is the quality on the rear camera? Let's find out where. Test, test, test. I think the audio will be back. Is the audio back now? I think it is. My receiver ran out of juice. It should have been charged, but it was not for some reason. Okay. At what point did the audio get out? Did you guys get to hear the webcam quality? Do I need to pull up the webcam quality again? Just play this. Okay, so I'm not sure at what point the audio went out. Okay. So let me go ahead and show you this, and I'll try to give you the audio example as well. So this is the rear. Right, so this is the rear camera. How good is the quality on the rear camera? Let's find out. We're about to watch it back and see. Okay, so let's flip it. So very impressive rear camera. It's just very similar to a smartphone video quality. Great clarity, great detail, good colors. The pictures also showed really good detail and color. The front camera, on the other hand, was good, but not as good. Right. What's up? This is me typing on the webcam, and I'm going to start typing now. But I'm also talking. So how is the audio? Let's see if the audio is good, bad, or whatever. So audio also very good. Image quality, I would say for the front camera, it's like a 7.5, 7-ish. It's pretty good. Video quality for the back camera was more like a 9.5. It was really, really good. And audio quality was very good, I think, on both front and back. Pictures were also better on the rear camera. All right. Hopefully that works. Audio is still in. Oh, I think this is low on juice as well. Ah, it is, I think. Okay. Let me see. Test. All right, testing. Switching to my backup microphone so it doesn't run out of juice. All right. Very nice. All right, so let me know if the audio quality is still good. It should still be quite good. All right. Keyboard and mouse. Let's talk keyboard and mouse. So I'll go to the top down here for this. This, I think, is a really great keyboard and mouse experience in general, but I do think that this is going to have more flex than what most people are used to. There's a background interference noise. Interesting. Well, I can switch back to this one. Testing the audio. All right. Let me know if that's better. Hard to say if that's going to help that much or not. It's probably the same. Okay. All right, so as far as keyboard is concerned, I think the keyboard is one that a lot of people are going to be very, very happy with, just mainly because the keys feel good, the key travel is good, there's backlight, the layout is fine, the secondary key functions are also lit up for volume, mute, mic, fan profile, all of that. That's very nice. But the main downside, like I said, is the flex to the keyboard itself. Let's switch to this side camera angle so you can see the flex a little bit better. But yeah, you can see the amount of flex you get when you press hard on this is pretty significant. And I think it's something that you definitely need to be aware of going into the purchase, especially around this middle section. There's a lot of flex. And I think it's something that Asus could improve in the future just by using a stiffer keyboard key deck back, like a little stronger metal here, basically. But it'll probably always have some flex to it, no matter what they do. I'm not sure what's going on with the audio. Yeah. It is, I see there is, so I think you're saying that the grainy noise is still there, right? And I'm not sure exactly what that sounds like. I suppose I could probably, let me check this one over here. Huh. All right, chat, you gotta let me know how bad the audio is. Do I need to pause the stream and troubleshoot this? Because as far as I know, it was great audio before getting into this live stream, so let me go ahead and do a quick audio test. Listening to the live stream itself. Oh, so we can do that with the Blade 18 here. Listening to the live stream itself. Oh, so we can do that with the Blade 18 here. Listening to the live stream itself. Oh, so we can do that with the Blade 18 here. Listening to the live stream itself. I hear what you're talking about.
Listening to the live stream itself.
I don't know what in the world is causing that. Test. Yeah, that's what caused it. Yeah. All right, well, I'm not sure how long the receiver will last, but the audio should be better now. It was my audio receiver does not like being charged, apparently, while it's in use, because the power plug going into the audio receiver is causing that staticky noise. So yeah, thanks for the feedback. I don't know, it's super weird, but okay. I'll continue. I may need to re-plug in the audio again in a few minutes. I'm not sure how long. We had it plugged in for a few minutes there, so it charged a little bit, but may not last the whole live stream. Okay, so let's go over the keyboard functions real quick. I think it's worth just quickly going over them. You can see the full keyboard layout right here from left to right. You got pretty much full keyboard size keys, except for maybe like the tilde key on the left here is skinny, smaller than normal for sure. Let's tilt down a little bit more and really take a look at the keys here. So along the top, we have the escape key, F1 through 12. The secondary key functions are mute, volume down, volume up, microphone mute, fan profile switch, snipping key or screenshot key, brightness down, brightness up, monitor switch, touchpad disable, and then I'll scoot over a little bit. You've got monitor switch key, touchpad disable, keyboard backlight brightness change, and there are 3 different levels. So turned off, low, medium, and high, and then it turns off again. And then you have airplane mode with F12 there. And notice that the brightness on the keyboard itself, the keys, they light up evenly and strongly to where you can see the whole outline of the letter or the symbol. So that's better than the recent Scar and Strix series that had kind of patchy lighting on the keyboard keys. So I like that a lot. You also have a light up on the caps lock here. So you can really, you can see when your caps lock is enabled. It's a nice extra feature. You also have the Copilot key right here if you want to use the Windows AI features, which, you know, Microsoft's pushing that, so it's nice to have that. Yeah, and if you want to use the FN lock, you can press FN plus escape, and now you can press F1 or F2 instead of the volume up and down. If instead you want to turn FN lock on, you can now mute and unmute without having to hold the FN key. So nice little feature there that a lot of laptops are now incorporating. And I really like being able to just turn your volume up and down on the fly or switch your fan profile without having to do anything. Not having to go like this, douche, you know, or like if you have to do it with other hands, like douche. It can be really awkward if you have something in your hand like your phone. So I like being able to turn that off and on. And generally I use the secondary key functions like volume up and down as the primary. That's my choice. So I like being able to choose that, and this keyboard still lets you do that. And like I said, typing on this is very comfortable, and I have big hands. You know, I'm over 6 feet tall and large hands. So very, very comfortable typing experience. And the keyboard will never get hot because it's not connected to the hot parts of the computer. So the keyboard will always be cool to use. So that's another advantage of using kind of like the keyboard dock-ish type of thing. Now, if you want to have a more firm typing experience, you can pull the keyboard away, all right, and let this keyboard dock rest flat on the table itself. And now it's not going to wiggle as much. So some people might prefer typing like this. Other people are going to prefer it up at the typing angle. I think I would probably prefer this, even if it is a little bit wobbly. But yeah, overall, excellent typing experience. Very similar to the Zephyrus G14, for example, in terms of typing feel and spacing. Support says, hi Gizmo, I have a question for you. I want a mobile device like a notebook. I don't know what to choose. I prefer an AMD HX CPU. Should I think about a mini ITX PC or in future or make eGPU for a notebook? That's a complex. There's a lot more there that I'd have to unpack to be able to really help you. I need to know pricing, how much you want to spend, what size of laptop you want, all of that before I could really give you a good advice on what to buy. But I can tell you that I would highly recommend for you to check out my laptop list, which is linked in the video description down below. It can help you find a laptop that hopefully you will love and be able to use for a long, long time. All right, so let's take a closer look at this trackpad. All right, we're looking at a trackpad that's quite honestly larger than many laptop trackpads, certainly wider. Probably the average trackpad is like this size. We got another maybe inch on the side. So very nice and wide, very smooth, feels like a glass trackpad, very premium feeling. It's not as tall as maybe the taller trackpads out there, but it's about as average height tall, but extra wide for using your trackpad and doing multi-finger gestures. So trackpad, I think, is very, very good, and I have not had any issues using it at all. It feels very good to use in day-to-day usability. All right, it's time to do our display test. Spider 5 Elite. Let's plug it in and see what we get. Asus, of course, claims 500 nits and 500 nits and 100% P3 color gamut. So we'll see if we can match that today in our test. All right. So there's only one USB-A, so I had to unplug my mouse, and I keep accidentally trying to use my mouse, even though I can't use it. I feel pretty silly about it. But all right, so there's the Spider 5 Elite. It's on there. And we'll turn the brightness up to max. And we'll press OK. So this is going to measure our color gamut. And it is very, very bright display. Yeah, I'm very impressed with the display personally. I've not had any issues with ghosting. Seems very responsive and very colorful and bright with great contrast and consistency in my experience so far. So 0% brightness. We're testing the contrast now. I'm very silly. I moved it just a little bit there at the very end before it was done. But we're mainly looking at 100% reading anyway. Chris G says, how do you find the 5000 series handles lower wattage versions of the chip versus the 4000? I'm not sure yet, Chris G. I haven't been able to test any of the RTX 5000 series chips out. I hope to test them very soon. So we'll have to see. But I would imagine it would be very good at low wattage. Size doesn't matter, like $1 to $3. Just afraid of a weak GPU. Do you mean $1,000 to $3,000? I'm not. You're not going to be able to buy a laptop for $3. Sorry, I hate to break it to you. Darian says, "Man, imagine it with an OLED display. Interesting. That could be one route that they could go to potentially improve the display quality and maybe make the Z13 a little thinner, maybe. Okay, so let's take a look at the results. I want to remind you that the Spider 5 Elite tends to underestimate the color gamut value by about 7% or so. So let's take a look at what we got. So if we get 92% on the P3 color gamut, I'd consider it a win. All right, 100% sRGB, 86% Adobe, and 88% of the P3 color gamut. So we're definitely not hitting the claimed amount for the P3 color gamut, but we're pretty close. We add in 7-8% here. You're looking at about 95% of the P3 color gamut. Let's go and take a look at the brightness and contrast. We did 484 nits in the 100% brightness setting. Contrast was measured at 960 to 1. So that's also pretty great, contrast and brightness, but not quite what Asus claimed, right? They claimed 500 nits, and I believe they claimed 1500 to 1 contrast ratio. So both of those don't quite hit what Asus claimed, but it's still very, very good. It's just interesting that we didn't quite hit the P3 color gamut, right? We're 5% off. It is what it is. It's still a nice display, but doesn't quite reach the manufacturer claims, but still a very, very excellent display. Let's do the ghost test. So the UFO ghost test is a website that you can run on any computer, including your own, if you want to see what it looks like when you are at different refresh rates. Interesting. The camera looks pretty blurry, but I can assure you, to my human eye, it looks crisp. All 3 lines look crisp. So what this is doing is each of these UFOs are at a different refresh rate, and if you have ghosting, what you would see with the human eye is some of these UFOs would start lagging behind the other UFOs, but with let me see if I can take a photo. And that photo might show you a little bit better. Photo on my iPhone will show you the clarity on all 3 of them, with the bottom one having just a little bit less clarity, top one, of course, having the most, middle having a slight ghosting. It's very, very, very clean looking image, especially to the human eye. But the camera, definitely seeing the blur. I wonder if I could change the shutter speed here, and if that would clear it up. I don't know. This is the first time trying to use the UFO ghost test. Maybe it's not the greatest thing for a live stream camera setup, or maybe I got to fiddle with the settings a little bit more to be able to figure out what works the best. But to my human eye, this UFO looks crisp and clear on all 3 of the zones. So I think it's a win overall. And I've done quite a bit of gaming on this now, and I've not experienced any ghosting in any of the games that I've played. Very, very crisp looking image, even when moving the camera very, very fast. Okay, support says, yeah, 1 to 3K. So my go-to recommendation, if you have around $2,000, would be to go for an RTX 4080, probably, with like a Legion Pro 7i. That's probably my go-to. If I were to say a reliably good laptop that's easy to recommend. Strix G18, also if you're looking for a big one, that would be another great one to consider as well for around $2,000. Of course, the Flow Z13, if you're looking for a tablet, where we're doing it today, we're talking about today, seems like a good choice, but we've got more testing to be done. Okay. All right, laptop control software evaluation. Let's do it. All right, so with the Flow Z13, you've got 2 applications primarily. I'm gonna try to make my camera a little smaller. It's less in the way here. All right. So with the Flow Z13, you have two primary applications. The first and most important is Armory Crate. This is where you're going to control the performance of your laptop. And it's going to make a big difference for fan noise as well as performance inside of games. If you're in silent mode, the laptop will be very quiet, but the performance will be significantly worse than turbo or manual or even performance mode. It's a pretty significant jump up. Silent, performance, turbo, and manual, all three of those have different levels of performance, with turbo being slightly slower than manual, but manual being super loud if you really tweak it to go full performance. All right, so in terms of operating this, the main thing you need to know is these four fan profiles, as well as under system settings, you go to free up memory. Here you can assign, do you want 8, 16, or 24 gigs of VRAM for the GPU? And this is where if you set the wrong one, you might run into problems inside of the game if you don't have enough VRAM, if you only have 8 gigs assigned. I really wish you could do 12 gigs. Because you can do 4. I wish there was a 12 gig stop here, because that's what I would run it at if I could. Because QHD sometimes wants more than 8 gigs, rarely does it need 16 gigs, and then that would give my system RAM, 20 gigs. So 20 gigs for system RAM, 12 gigs for VRAM, that would be the best balance. So that's what I would recommend for them to add a 12 gig option if they can. Not sure that you can actually do that given the firmware and all of that. But right now we have 8 gigs of VRAM assigned. That's probably going to help. That's going to run the vast majority of games, but just certain games. You might have to turn textures down. Or turn textures down or jump over to the 16 gig allocated amount. To switch this, you click this, and then you have to reboot your computer to apply the change. So as soon as you reboot, you'll have the access to the full 16 gigs. So this button over here on the side of the laptop, right here, boom, right here, this one should do something when you press it. Okay, it's my first time using this. So let's see. Okay, we're going to skip the tutorial. There, okay. So if you press this button on the side, it launches a submenu, which is what I was expecting. And this lets you open Armory Crate, change operation mode, lock screen rotation, record your screen, enable disable mic, or enable touch keyboard. So if you're using the tablet in tablet mode and you need to type something really quick, just press a key or something, you can hit touch keyboard, and now you've got yourself a temporary screen keyboard for typing, your name in a game or something, or responding to someone, whatever you need to do. So yeah, you can quick launch Armory Crate. Operation mode lets you set your fan profile, and that's nice. I mean, it's kind of a nice little tablet mode button, basically. And then if you hold this button long press, it should activate Copilot. Yeah, Copilot. So long press will activate into Copilot. Now, the other main software you need to know besides Armory Crate is MyASUS, which is where you're going to register your warranty with ASUS if you want to have a warranty that lasts longer or has accidental protection, because you don't get accidental protection unless you register it. This also lets you upgrade your warranty if you want to get the premium care warranty. I believe you have to register it soon after purchase, and then you can extend the warranty, I believe, for a longer period of time. It says right now, sorry, we don't provide ASUS premium care at the moment, but maybe other devices or future devices will let you do that. But this is where you would do that. There's also system update for downloading drivers. So you can check for updates in here. You've also got your battery care option. So if you want to switch it to only charge to 80% capacity, this is where you would do that. So if you would enable battery care mode, and then the laptop is only going to charge up to 80%. So that way your lithium-ion battery will last longer. Keep 20% empty so that the battery will probably last more like 7-8 years without going bad. Versus if you don't have battery care mode and you have instant full charge mode and you charge and discharge the battery all the time, or just keep it at 100% all the time, the battery will probably only last about 2 years before it starts going bad. So it's important, I think, to enable battery care mode if you're planning on keeping this for a long period of time. And you don't want to have to, delete and remove and add a new battery every few years if you want to have a functioning battery. But yeah, so there's AI noise canceling. So another feature if you want to improve the audio quality. We did have some very good audio quality when we tested the camera a moment ago, so it seems to be working quite well. And there's a few other settings in here. You probably won't need to change anything else in here pretty much. You can get your BIOS updates in here. That'd be the other thing. You got your warranty information and upgradability inside of here, warranty registration inside of MyASUS, and then you got your BIOS updates, and that's about it. Inside of Armory Crate, the other thing you need to know is your settings here, and then the Update Center. This will let you update Armory Crate as well as other ASUS utilities, like ASUS Windows Dynamic Lighting, other stuff like that. You'll be able to update through here. Now, if you need to update some other things like your basic drivers and other stuff, you can go to ASUS's support page and download it through there as well if you're, say, reinstalling Windows. But Armory Crate and MyASUS should let you download pretty much all the ASUS utilities. If you just get those two and then do the update, you should be able to install basically everything. So let's talk manual mode. If we go to manual mode, you don't actually... Normally when you click manual mode, it switches the window, but you actually have to click this edit manual mode button now. And this is going to pull up our manual mode for our power limits, as well as our, let me turn it this way, make it a little easier to read, hopefully. There we go. All right, so you can see we have our short and long power limits. And then there's another tab which lets you set the fan profile curve. It's really confusing UI right now. But just know that this fan profile curve applies to both fans, and that these 1, 2, and 3 are just the default fan profiles that you can use if you want. If I was going to do a manual mode and set everything to max like this, 93 watts, 92 watts, 80 watts, you're going to want to make sure that as it gets hotter, it's going to ramp into high fan mode. If it's starting to get hot, you want max fans. That's probably the biggest thing if you're going to do this. Now, you can also use manual mode to do the reverse. You can bring manual mode down and you can say, I don't want it to power up too much. I want to save power and I want it to be quiet. And so then you could set a really non-aggressive fan profile curve. Looks like these are the minimum points right here. So you can't make it any quieter than this, but this would be pretty quiet if we were to apply this. And then this would also really limit the power going to the CPU and GPU. So, I mean, if you're going to set this, I would just, if you're going to run manual mode, I would just run it on max with very high, fan speeds. If you're trying to maximize your performance. Otherwise, I would say just skip manual mode entirely and just use silent per performance mode are the ways to go if you're trying to go for moderate noise and still a decent amount of performance is performance. Turbo mode is quite a bit of noise, but not nearly as much as manual. So manual mode, you can really make this thing loud and reach maximum possible performance. So you have some readouts here. on the page. You've got memory here that shows you our SSD is at 800 gigs out of 924. Our RAM is also up to 23.6 gigs right now, and that's because we have 8 gigs allotted to the VRAM. So 8 plus 24, we got our full 32 gigs right there. So if we were to allot 16, we would have 16 here. So it'd be 16 and 16 instead of 8/24. Dennis says, hey, Brandon, I was wondering how you're liking Thailand since moving there. Excited for the future Zephyrus and Strix laptop reviews. Love from Denmark. Hey, Dennis, I'm really enjoying Thailand. It's a lot of fun. Lots of fun things to do, islands to go visit. I've been to 4 different islands around Thailand now and explored like the Grand Palace and so much different food and everything. So yeah, I mean, Thailand's really awesome, and it's definitely cheaper to live here than the United States for at least some stuff. Some stuff's more expensive. It really depends on what you're talking about. For general food and room and board, though, it is cheaper than the United States on average, for sure. So put those things together, and the fact that I have great internet, a nice apartment in the middle of downtown Bangkok, it's really nice. I'm enjoying Thailand a lot. So yeah. All right. So let's just explore Armory Crate a little bit more. Rear window lighting looks like you can change it to be a few different modes. There's a rainbow mode. Let's see what that looks like. Oh, look at that. We do have the ability to make it look like a rainbow. I like it. It's beautiful. It doesn't change color, but it looks really good. Wait, it does change color. It slowly changes color now. That is the way to do the rear window lighting for sure. Resource monitor, keyboard, so you can also change the keyboard, but it is a single zone, so don't expect too much from the keyboard lighting. You got your memory allocation here, and then system configuration. Your FN lock key function, right here, you can enable and disable that. Windows key, disable, enable ROG key, which I believe is the FN plus spacebar. Boot up sound if you want it to make a sound or not. Modern standby assist. ASUS helps your system enter hibernate mode to save battery power to avoid excessive battery drain. So if you want it to go into standby mode and not drain your battery when you put the computer to sleep, that's the way to go. Panel overdrive, of course, makes the system slightly more responsive for the display. Panel power saver is going to switch the refresh rate in battery mode to 60 Hertz instead of 180. And power mode synchronization, dynamically adjusts your Windows power mode based on the Armory Crate's operating mode for optimal performance. Interesting. Not sure that that's even going to really do anything, especially if we're going to be testing in manual mode. But yeah, that is a quick rundown on all of the software included with the Asus Flow Z13. The most important thing, if I were to sum it up in 10 seconds, is Armory Crate controls the software. Be sure to select the right power profile for the task that you are trying to accomplish. If you do that, you're going to have a really good time with this laptop. If you do the wrong power profile like Silent when you're trying to play a high-end game, you're going to probably have a bad time because performance will be like cut in half. So be mindful of what power profile you're in. Thailand is really good for food. That's right. Yeah, there's so much food. There's so much food everywhere. Within a 10-minute walk from my apartment, it's like 300 restaurants probably. And they're all, pretty much all of them are less than $10 per meal. Probably average price is $3 a meal, but the nicer places are more like $10 a meal. And there's there's obviously some fancy ones too that are really, really good, but they're more like $15 or $20 a meal, which in America, really, really good places are more like $40 a meal. So $50 a meal. So everything is basically cut in half probably in terms of pricing, or maybe even 1/3 for food in particular, at least. Okay, let's keep moving. All right. And in terms of the software, I do think that it's been good overall. Oh, you know, there's one other area of software you need to know with this laptop is AMD Adrenalin, which you can open in the bottom right down here. You have to double click this and then it pops up. If you mess with settings in here, you could cause crashes or game problems, you know, conflicting settings basically. There are different settings in here that you can activate and deactivate. So there's also an overview here for your metrics, you know, like your performance and utilization. There is some tuning, so you can select a dedicated graphics memory as well in here. You don't have to do it for Armory Crate, you can do it right through here. And then there's this Hyper RX mode, enables optimal settings to improve latency and performance for gaming. I believe this turns on frame generation if you enable this. So, and you might not want it enabled at all times. This also is an important setting, I think, Hyper RX Eco. For gamers who want to save power and extend their playtime, I have not had a chance to play with this enough, but I think this is what you probably want to enable if you're trying to play games on battery mode or when you're plugged in through USB-C power delivery only. So pretty sure that this is a relevant setting to keep in mind. Okay, I don't know why when I spin the mouse, it turns blue. That must be a new Windows feature or something else is going on. I don't know. It keeps doing that though. Interesting. Anyone know what that is? Because I don't know what that's doing. Okay, time to do a speaker evaluation. All right, with decibel meter. So we've got our handy dandy decibel meter. Please still have juice here. It does have juice. Okay, good. Oh, it does not have juice. It just died. Ooh, no. This might be a hiccup. Let's see, what is the batteries we need in here? We need a 9 volt battery. I don't think I'm carrying a 9 volt battery in here at all. Let me check my bag. I might have one. Grace, do you know if we have a 9 volt battery anywhere? Oh, that's a sad bummer. All right. Well, no 9 volt battery. Let me see if I can get one. See if my girlfriend can go grab one or not. For me real quick. Hey, can you go buy me a 9 volt battery? Can you go buy me a 9 volt battery? Where? Anywhere. 7-Eleven, wherever they can sell it. But I need it right away if you can. I really appreciate it. So we might be able to come back to this if she can get another battery. If not, we'll have to just skip that for today and come back to it later. Okay, so fan noise testing with decibel meter is also something we can't really do right now, but let's go ahead and do the AIDA64 RAM speed evaluation and CrystalDiskMark evaluation next. Some people use that to see where the mouse is. Oh, interesting. That might be the reason. I don't know. That's an interesting feature if that's what that's for. All right. Like this whole mouse, move the mouse like this and then the blue thing comes up. I suppose that could be a cool feature to have. Okay, so I did a bunch of benchmarks and tests on this laptop before. And we're going to show you the different levels of performance and some screenshots. Let's do the RAM test. All right, so here's the RAM speed test that we did. This is the LPDDR5X 8000 memory, 120 gigabits per second for the read, write, copy, 138 nanoseconds for the latency. The L1, L2, and L3 cache are very fast. I would need to compare this. Let me see if I can pull up. Let me see if I can pull up my memory test that I did with the fastest memory.
In source TM5 to test memory. But yeah, I would agree.
Wow. So this memory is really, really fast, I think, then. So the latency in this memory is not that good, but the read, write, and copy is extremely fast, faster than the vast majority of memory I've tested. Previously, we're only looking at like 70, like anywhere from 50 to 100 gigabits is what I would normally see. But we're doing a 120 and then 211 and 144, so very, very fast read, write, and copy with fast L1, L2, and L3 caches as well. So very impressive RAM speed overall in this laptop. Let's check out CrystalDiskMark next. 6.2 gigs per second, 5.3, or 6,200 and 5,400. Read and write for the large file sizes, and still very fast as you get to the smaller file sizes. Overall, very, very fast SSD. You know, it's a 1 terabyte drive though. That's the main downside. So let's go ahead and do Cinebench R23 in live here. And then I'll show you the results, and we can also pull up HW info while we're running it. All right, so Cinebench R23 with the Ryzen AI 9. I'm going to stop doing process lasso, I think. Just overly complicates the process. So I did do a single core run in a screenshot mode, and I also done a 10-minute test with both Cinebench R23 and R24. I have those results screenshotted, and I'll show you them. But first, let's just go ahead and do a raw run with nothing else running in the background. Just see what we get. I'm going to close Steam as well here in a moment. And let's see, 29,345. We are in turbo mode, and also I cannot hear the fans at all. Let's switch to manual mode, and in manual mode, we're just gonna crank the fans. All right. So this raises the power limit quite a bit. Let's see what we get running it again now in manual mode, fully cranked. Might not be much of a performance improvement, or it might be. Let's find out. What charger does this Asus come with? It's a 200-watt charger. And it's got a the Asus reversible power plug on it, so you can plug it in the side. But it also does, I believe, 100-watt power delivery charging through the USB 4. So as an alternate. So 29,576. So almost the same score in manual mode versus turbo mode. And this also is a little disappointing to me when compared to when you compare it to the Flow Z13 claims. Let me switch to here and switch here to here. Right? I mean, on their page here, they're showing that if you're pulling 90 watts, which is what we have it set to, it should be over 30,000. It should be like 32,000 according to this graph. But we're not seeing that. We're not breaking 30,000. Let's pull up HW info and see what's going on under the hood. What's the actual wattage pull like? All right, so we'll put core effective clocks up. And we'll minimize that, and we'll raise this up. This is an annoying pop-up. All right. Is that a new Windows 11 feature, I think? It's interesting. Okay, so let's go ahead and run this. Taking a look at our core effective clocks while we do this. All right, so we're doing 3.4 gigahertz on half of them, 3.1 gigahertz, 3.3 gigahertz on the other half. We are max throttled at 95 degrees for the core. So we're hitting max throttle very fast. Core package power right now is 74 watts. We broke 30,000, so that's the best run that I've seen so far. Maybe raise the brightness, make it a little easier for you to see. And zoom in a little bit more on the score here. So 30,096. We broke 30,000, but we're not in the 32,000 range. So a little bit sad that we're not getting as high as was quoted. Also, a little bit sad that our power draw is not going to 90 something watts. We're hitting max throttle temp basically instantly. Like as soon as we click it, we're pretty much getting to 95 degrees like that. So we're max thermal throttling almost immediately, 28,750. Performance is still excellent for a tablet, don't get me wrong, right? Like this is a pretty thin and light portable device. So performance is still just crazy for such a thin and light device. But it's not as high as what the technical advertisement is, which is something I just want to point out, right? And whenever there's marketing discrepancies with real life usage, I think it's important to point it out as a reviewer. 29,365. Let's try switching to silent mode. We are in silent mode now. All right, so no fans will spin up pretty much when we're even running it. And let's see what we get. So silent mode, we're pulling 50 watts, 48 watts, 41 watts, 40 watts, 75 degrees at 40 watts in silent mode right now. Looks like it's pretty sustainable in terms of temperature versus performance that you're getting versus fan noise. So you could probably run it continuously around this wattage, I would think, without it overheating. 40 watts, 40 watts, and 2,000 in silent. the audio should be back again. Let's see here. I hope we don't have much audio messing upness. Thank you for the thank you, chat, for letting me know that the audio is out. Yeah, should have caught it a little sooner, but let's continue on. Okay, so Cinebench R23, very impressive scores. Did not quite match the marketing that Asus claimed, which is a little sad, but it was within 10%. So to me, it's within Silicon Lottery variance technically. I mean, some of the scores we were getting, you know, we were not able to go more than really about 75-ish watts sustained, even though we can set it to go to 92 watts. It just, the vapor chamber and the cooling in this, it just cannot dissipate the heat fast enough. So we're only doing 75 watts. That's the real max wattage for the CPU here, at least in multi-core rendering workloads. So Cinebench R24, we're going to do one rendering run in Cinebench R24, and this takes a little bit longer than 23. So let's do one run in manual mode, maxed out, and you can see our wattage and everything. All right, so package power right now is 81 watts, but it's going down as, you know, we continue to be thermal throttled and it's not able to dissipate the heat enough. So it's going to keep going down until it gets into the mid 70s, I think. Right now it's 76. We'll see what it actually sustains at. Usually takes 30 seconds to a minute to get it to do that. I'm assuming the audio is better now, but it'd be great, chat, if you could verify that the audio is in fact better at this point. It's okay now? Okay, good. Thank you. Appreciate it. Yeah, I should have went ahead and plugged the receiver in sooner, but I was hoping it would last long enough, but it did not quite last the whole rest of the live stream, so it's okay. All right. So we are chilling now at 69 watts. 69 watts. 68.9. 68.5, 69 watts. So true sustainable watts in Cinebench R24 seems to be around 68, 69 watts. We'll see, maybe it's going to continue going lower as we continue to render, but I'm guessing the heat is being dissipated about as quickly as it is being created right now. 3.3 gigahertz on a lot of the cores, 3.6 gigahertz on the cores, 3.7 gigahertz on the cores. We're looking at 66, 67 watts on the CPU. So maximum possible fans, dissipating the heat as quickly as possible. This the current vapor chamber in this tablet can only maintain around 67 or so watts long term. And it heats up to the maximum temperature very, very quickly. Some CPUs take 10, 15, 20, 30 seconds to really reach maximum temperature and heat up. But with this one, with this vapor chamber, there's not much wiggle room. There's not much available vapor probably to activate and cycle before it really gets saturated. It gets saturated really, really quick. So 67 watts appears to be right around the peak possible performance. Once we get done with this test, we'll take a look at our 10-minute score run test for Cinebench R24. And then we'll do some time spy testing. Kalen, welcome back, he says. Kalen says, welcome back. Glad to see you doing your thing. I appreciate it, Kalen. Glad you could stop by the live stream. Kalen is one of the guys on the team that help with timestamps and video editing. All right, so we got 15,073 for our Cinebench R24 run. Let's take a look at our 10-minute run. All right. So our 10-minute run was 15,086, and this was without anything else running in the background. So actually scored slightly higher for the 10-minute run, which is interesting. 114 for the single core. I can zoom in a little more for you to see this a little clearer. But absolutely insanely good scores for a tablet. Again, just crazy. All right, so let's go ahead and run TimeSpy in turbo mode. I have all the other fan profiles already tested in TimeSpy. So let's go ahead and open up TimeSpy. You can see the games right there that we're about to do. All those are installed. Make It Happen with Jay says, I always had some issues with Asus stuff, bought the M16 and sold it a month because I did not like it, but I agree many people are satisfied with their products. Yeah, I think most people are satisfied when they buy Asus. There are definitely people who have issues with their products though, bugs or manufacturer defects or just parts fail. That's the truth for every type of tech product that exists out there. All right, so let me get Afterburner running. And we do have the overlay right here with Afterburner, so we're good to go. Let's go ahead and run TimeSpy. And we are in turbo mode, okay? So turbo mode, the default quieter fanish or moderate fan noise, blend of high performance and moderate fan noise, not max fan noise. So we'll see. I spy with my little eye some TimeSpy. That's right. We're about to do TimeSpy benchmarks. At least one. We'll do one benchmark with turbo mode, and then I'll show you the results I got for silent, performance, and manual phone mode all maxed out. And so you can compare the different performance levels. Ooh, we have our first super chat of the day. Thank you so much. Is it worthy to upgrade to a 5090 laptop from a 4090 laptop? Is the difference limited by TDP? So with all graphics cards, you want to maximize the possible TDP if possible, right? So looking at our wattage, we were doing 85, now we're doing 70. Looking at our GPU temps, GPU temp is only at 70. We should probably get the CPU temp in here as well, because that might be power limit throttling us a little bit. But I do think that our overall wattage will be better when we're combining a CPU and GPU workload, because there's more surface area to dissipate heat. So the total wattage should be more sustainable than 66 watts or whatever we were doing before. Okay, going back to the super chat question, is it worthy to upgrade from a 4090 laptop to a 5090 laptop? I would say the difference between a 4090 and a 5090 laptop is not going to be huge. So, and currently a 4090 laptop can play pretty much all the games out there. So it's not really, there's not really that much of a point to upgrading from a 4090 to a 5090 unless you just want to have the best. You want to have the best, or you want to maybe change your chassis size, or like you want to go from a small 4090 or a thick 4090 to a thin 5090, you know, and still get similar performance. You know, different benchmarks out there will show different levels of performance, gains and losses from the 4090 to the 5090. I have yet to test a 5090, but I have watched some 5090 benchmark videos. And the difference in performance, it varies from game to game, anywhere from 10 to 30%, probably averaging in the 20-ish percentage range bump in performance in most games. Because you also have CPU performance improvements, as well as GPU performance improvements and RAM speed improvements. So all three of those things put together does translate to an overall faster laptop. But in TimeSpy, just GPU performance alone, you know, we're only looking at maybe 10 to 15% performance gain in a similar size chassis. So realistically, it's not that big of a jump. And so if you have a 4090, unless you're made of money, it's not worth really jumping to a 5090. I think if you have an RTX 3060 or worse, maybe even a 3080 or worse, I don't know. It could be worth the jump because it's a huge performance gain going from, you know, say 13,000 in time spy to over 20,000 in time spy. But it's up to you whether it's worth going to a 50 series or sticking to a 40 series if you go from upgrade. But going from a 40,000 series to a 5,000 series, it's only really worth it if you're made of money. Like if you have lots of extra money, then it could be worth it. Because certain games will have performance gains that'll be noticeable. But I gotta be honest, my RTX 4090 is killing almost every game I play at ultra settings. As long as you turn on frame gen and run it to optimize your settings even just a little bit, it kills it with so many FPS. It's crazy. All right, so here's our run with turbo mode. Graphics score 10,290. CPU score 10,627. So let me go ahead and screenshot this so we can compare this versus the other. Turbo mode. All right, so quiet mode, the weakest GPU mode, only gets 6,000 in time spy graphics. 9,300 for CPU score. Still very good CPU score for a quiet mode, but the GPU score, 6,000. I mean, don't get me wrong, that's enough to play a lot of games, especially legacy titles, easier to run games will still play extremely well at 6,000 graphics score. So you could use quiet mode to play a lot of games. Performance mode, 8,106. CPU score, 9,800. Very good CPU score. Graphics score is good enough to play a lot of games still. Again, even more games. And here is the manual mode maxed out. We got 10,600. And CPU score, 10,545. So performance mode, it's really... the turbo is only a little bit slower than manual mode maxed out. So, if I was using this, I'd probably just keep it in turbo mode unless I go into a quiet environment or I'm trying to game on battery life. Then I might switch it to silent mode. If I'm trying to conserve power to extend my battery life, or if I'm trying to be extra quiet so I don't bother other people around me. Because turbo mode's really not that loud. So I'd probably just keep it in turbo mode unless I'm trying to have a quieter or lower power experience on purpose. Because turbo mode is basically just as fast as performance mode, or 96% as fast as manual mode. So turbo mode is excellent. And definitely the nice blend of automatic fans ramping up and down as needed without having to have them blast all the time or too frequently, which can happen in manual mode if you have an aggressive fan profile curve, and that also wears out your fans a little bit faster running in manual mode at high fan mode all the time. So very impressive for a tablet in terms of overall performance. Let's go ahead and get into Black Myth Wukong is our first game. Let's do it. And we will be running this in manual mode just to get the maximum possible performance. But realistically, turbo mode is probably what I would run, So we can test fan noise if I get the 9-volt battery back in time before the end of the live stream. Maybe. Is that a 9-volt battery? Were you able to find one? Yay! Okay, so we can do fan noise testing here before we do Black Myth Wukong. So let's see how loud these fans get. Here, you can pass it over to me. Thank you. Okay, so let's do... We got a battery. Getting our Watcha. There we go. All right, so we're going to test our speakers first. And we'll see how loud the speakers get. We're at 100% volume right now. And we'll need to do our ambient noise because this is a different room environment. This is a cement room, so there's a fair bit of echo in this room. That's some downside to this new studio that I'm filming in. But can't really control that too much. Let's... Okay, so I have disabled the room fan noise. Hopefully that reduces our ambient bass audio. Hey, Grace, can you not make any noise for right now? Just for a moment? Sorry, thank you. So we're looking at 46 decibels as our base level of volume. Let's go ahead and open Peter Spacey Roar. You can make noise again now. Just a little bit if you need to. All right. So I've got the microphone here. I'll put it next to the speaker. Peter Spacey Roar. Let's see what it sounds like. I'm also going to pop into Dolby Access here. This is where you can control some of your audio settings. So right now, let's set it to dynamic. Usually, this is going to be the loudest setting in the Asus laptops. You can set it to movie or music or whatever you want, and it will change the sound of the audio a little bit. Interesting. It says that game mode in Dolby Access will prioritize positional accuracy for competitive gaming. So that's an interesting feature to add that most laptops don't have. I don't know if that actually makes much of a difference, but it certainly made the audio sound more tinny in game mode. Okay, so let's do dynamic, and then I'm gonna change it to music, and you can decide if you like one or the other better. Let's try music. Okay, so I'm gonna go ahead and let it actually play through the whole 30 seconds of the song now, and we can actually look at the decibel meter and see how loud this thing gets. ready to actually do the audio test now. All right, so Peter Spacey Roar, dynamic mode. Okay, so my impressions of that audio is that it's very tinny and that the bass is very mediocre. And I'm a little bit sad because so much about this tablet feels so premium, but the speakers don't seem premium to me, at least not when trying to do bass heavy music. First impression, okay? Let's go to Faded Aeon Half-Life is our next song. Let's see what that sounds like. So Faded Aeon Half-Life definitely features a lot more mids and highs, and yeah, it definitely sounds a lot better than Peter Spacey Roar, which is like a bass-heavy rock type of song. So more acoustical music will sound better with these speakers. That said, the total volume is really not that loud. Let's check out Deuce Williams' La La Love You Like, and this is more of a vocal-heavy song, so here we go. Interesting. So when I cup the speakers here with my hands, as if I was holding the tablet, I could definitely hear more audio. Let me put this, I'm gonna put the speaker down here. Put the audio receiver down for a moment. All right, and I'll try to show you an example of the audio. Watch the decibel meters when I play Peter Spacey Roar. It is such a huge difference when you cup your hands around the edges here, because the speakers, a lot of them, at least two of them are backwards facing, shooting that way. That's why the audio quality feels so much worse, just having it sit here in front of you. So I don't know what they can do to improve the audio acoustics. I don't think there's a way to have the speakers be frontward firing, but I don't know. It certainly needs some kind of design improvement, because I think the audio that we're getting could be way better. Maybe if the speakers shot out to the sides instead of shooting backwards, it would be a lot better. But know that the audio shooting back towards the user, if you're facing the screen, is not as good. But I suppose if you're behind the device, the audio will sound better because it's not being ricocheted back at you. It's just going straight at you. So you're relying a lot on the bounce of the audio if you're sitting in front of the device. We saw a decibel change by a huge amount. Like we were in the low 80s without my hands cupping it. And when I cupped it, we got over 95 decibels, which is way louder. It definitely felt more than double the volume to my ears when I cupped the audio on the speakers, which was a huge surprise to me. I didn't even realize that until this moment. I'm like, well, wonder if we cupped it, if it would be better. And it was huge. It's a huge difference. So something to be aware of when it comes to the speakers. So let's go ahead and do audio decibel meter for Time Spy in the 4 different fan profile modes. I'm sure silent mode is just completely silent, but we'll see what the power draw is in gaming. G Dimension says, are you considering switching? I'm probably too close to my mic right now. Am I considering switching to this device as your main laptop? That's a great question. I am considering using this device as my secondary, actually. Like if I'm needing a device, basically I sold my iPad Pro that I used to use on the go. I used to have a 13-inch iPad Pro, and now I'm thinking I can use this as my on-the-go device that I can throw in my backpack for quick trips to like the island or wherever I'm going. If I don't need to have the full editing or live streaming and all the ports and all of that to run my camera gear, and I just need to handle emails or maybe a little bit of video editing and gaming on the go, I think this tablet would work great for that. So I think it's more of a secondary device for me because I can't use this as my primary because there's not enough storage. So that's my current thought right now. So we're going to enable Time Spy, loop mode. We're going to run custom. And this is going to let us test the different power profiles in a continuous loop all in a row. So Keanu Steve says, hey, Gizmo Stuff Tech, I can't for the life of me get my CPU temps to show on Afterburner stats. Tried installing the necessary stuff like HWinfo. I have a Ryzen 7 7840HS and an RTX 4070 Slim. So sometimes MSI Afterburner does not let you read certain temperatures. You can use HWinfo and then turn on overlays as needed. Did I exit Afterburner? So if I wanted to turn on another overlay item using HWinfo, it's pretty simple. I can show you how to do it real quick. If I want to show our CPU core temp, all I have to do is double click this, or sorry, I have to right click it and click OSD RTSS settings. So I click the item that I want to show. I click OSD RTSS settings. Then I look here and I hit show value in OSD. I can also add show label in OSD if I want to have the label showing as well. So we'll turn the on-screen display on. And now you have our CPU temperature right here, 78 degrees. That's added in through HWinfo. So if Afterburner doesn't show it, you can still make it show. All right, so we're gonna go to silent mode. Silent mode, we're at 26 FPS, a lot lower FPS than we were doing in turbo mode a moment ago. We're at 35 watt power pull. I need to zoom back out again a little bit, sorry. There we go. Okay, so I think I'm gonna make the overlay a little bit larger for the sake of the camera. There we go. All right. So silent mode uses 35 watts of power, and we're still pushing over 30 FPS. So that's fantastic. Let's go ahead and see how loud it is. Keep in mind that we had 46 decibels for our base volume. So just to give you an idea, in silent mode, we're adding less than 1 decibel of noise to the room environment. So very, very good. Let's go to performance mode. All right. And let's see what numbers this puts out in TimeSpy. All right, so performance mode, we're looking at 50 watts, 52 watts right here. And now we're doing over 50 FPS in TimeSpy. Probably pretty realistic in terms of a modern game. You know, in silent mode, you're going to be hitting 30 something. And in performance mode, you're going to hit 50 something, at least in a lot of games, you know, that are similar level of difficulty to run. So performance mode makes a lot more games playable. And we're also going to be a fair bit louder in terms of audio. So let's go ahead and see how loud it is. It's not going to be too much louder because it's performance mode. It's still going to be pretty quiet. So performance mode, very similar. You could barely hear the fans in quiet mode or in performance mode, like silent mode or performance mode, essentially very similar. Let's go to turbo mode. So turbo mode, we're at 64 watts of power in turbo mode. Our clock speed is faster now, 18,000 or 1800, 1900, almost 2000. Interesting. Our FPS didn't really go up much. It was actually less than performance mode, at least at the certain part, but different parts of the test are harder to run, you know, than others. But we're in our 40s for FPS. We're doing 62 watts. The fan noise is barely audible. Definitely got louder though. So let's see how loud the fans are now. And we're going to let it kind of run for a moment as well. There's a motorcycle outside. That's what sent the decibel meter up. Let's let the motorcycle get away. So we're on 49 decibels for turbo mode. Super quiet. That is still super quiet. Now let's try manual mode, okay? So manual mode, you can see instantly the fans went to maximum. We're doing 80 watts of power. Our clock speed boosted to 2180 or so for our GPU. Our temperatures are at 80 degrees. Our FPS is now a little bit higher in the upper 50s, 60 now, 63, 68, 70s. So a noticeable improvement to performance. 2300 for the clock speed there. That was very high. Audio wise, I can really hear the fans now. It's a really loud fan. Comparable with almost any gaming laptop that I've heard. So let's go ahead and zoom out and see what the audio is like for the Max fans. All right, so we're looking at 55 decibels for Max fans, which is comparable to many high-end gaming laptops. You know, many high-end gaming laptops are around 55. 55.4, 55.6. And, you know, our wattage, I just want to point out again, significantly improved in manual mode. At least for gaming, manual mode really puts a lot more wattage to the system. So if you're looking to play games at maximum performance, manual mode, at least according to this, it should be better, but our time spy result actually didn't show much improvement. So interesting. Might have to do more testing to figure out, you know, if it's really needed to go into manual mode or turbo mode in actual games. Let me put my mic up here again. All right. What do you guys think of the results for Time Spy and the fan profiles? Let's move into Black Myth Wukong. I think my personal thought is that I'd probably run this in turbo mode. If it was my laptop, I'd probably run it in turbo mode. Or if I'm going to run it in manual mode, I'm not going to run it at max fans because they're loud. It's significantly louder than I prefer. So, you know, I prefer to keep it around 50 decibels or so. So I'd keep it in turbo mode, probably, as long as it keeps it to around 50 decibels. All right, so let's get into some actual gameplay. Let's check our settings. All right, so we're at 2560 by 1600 resolution. Borderless mode is currently activated. We're at FSR enabled with 40%, and I believe frame generation is turned on. Ray tracing is enabled on low right now. Everything else is set to high. I would like to do some kind of standardized test. So let's turn we'll set DLSS to 50% or FSR to 50%. We'll leave frame generation on. We'll set everything to the highest possible settings. All right, and then we'll try running the benchmark now. So we're on cinematic. We have full ray tracing. I'm pretty sure we're going to get very minimal FPS because this is too high of settings for this resolution and for the graphics card. But let's find out. So right now the CPU is at 95 degrees. The GPU is at 67, 70 degrees. The CPU right now is the one under load, given that we are testing a game. Right, so we're loading stuff in, CPU is being engaged, the GPU is not quite as engaged yet. It's starting to get engaged as we load into the game here. Looking at our VRAM, we're hitting the max cap on VRAM here right now, I think. We're at 7.6, we're very close at least to our max cap, because it doesn't quite allocate oftentimes fully to 8 gigs. 7.6 might be all it's going to show us, but we'll see. Maybe it'll go up to the full 8. But I'm just pointing out the fact that we're running into that VRAM cap, and we're at 18 gigs of system memory as well. So this is an example where a game wants to allocate more than 16 gigs of system memory and more than 8 gigs of video memory potentially here. All right. So very poor FPS. It's not even worth finishing this benchmark because the settings are too high, right? The settings are too high. I do want to make sure that I can understand if frame gen is turned on or not. So I'm going to take a quick, one is automatic. So that means off, that means on. Okay, so frame generation is enabled right now. I think we got to turn off ray tracing if we're going to run this well enough. Probably just turning off ray tracing. It might be enough to get us to a point where we're good. Also, I'd probably do a little bit more upscaling. All right, and I'd probably reduce settings down to say high. Okay, so this is the settings that I had enabled before. Let's go ahead and run it. So high settings, no ray tracing, FSR at 40% upscaling, which is, I think that's going to be a little bit below balanced. I think balanced would be at 50%. Maybe we should set it to 50%. Let's see what we get here. And frame generation should be enabled, I believe. FSR3 frame gen should be enabled here. Interesting. Only 24 FPS? 25 FPS? I would have thought we would get more FPS than this. I remember we were doing more like 70 or 80, I thought, on these settings. Let me try loading into the game. There's definitely a way to get a lot more FPS than what we're getting in that benchmark. So let me just hop into the game so we can check and play with the settings a little bit faster, you know? Because with the benchmark, we have to load in and out every time we change the setting, which is very time consuming. So makes me think that maybe ray tracing did not turn off or something, and we might need to restart the game. Because we should be getting more FPS than this. Okay, so right now in this, we're only getting 15. And that's with frame gen enabled, I think. So obviously not good. Oh, this setting requires a restart to take effect. Yeah, so we need to restart the game. In order to play the game without ray tracing. So I think that shows the limit, I guess, of to some extent, at least with Black Myth Wukong, if you enable ray tracing, it's going to be hard to get the game to be playable even on medium settings. If you have ray tracing at least on max. You might be able to run ray tracing on low, but certainly not on high. Have any of you beaten Black Myth Wukong? I'm curious. I have not beaten it, but I've beat about, I don't know, 7 or 8 bosses probably. Okay, so there we go. Now we're doing 120 FPS now that we have disabled ray tracing. So this is with frame generation enabled, high settings, and no ray tracing. Okay, let's just go ahead and do a quick duke out with this guy. I'll show you the settings one more time. So it's easy, 2560 by 1600. We'll do 50% upscaling. FSR enabled with frame generation, high settings across the board. Here we go, we're going to a fight.
Without even letting me have dinner first.
Hi. 103. $83 for a 1% low is really good.
Still think you're rock solid.
So obviously at this point, with frame generation, we're hitting the ideal frame rate to have a great gaming experience, since it's above 90 pretty consistently. I'm going to turn the speakers down a little bit so it's easier to talk. This boss, I have yet to beat this guy. Probably died to him 50 times. I'm not the best at these kinds of games, but I eventually beat them if I just learn the pattern, the attack pattern. So if we were to pause this and turn off frame generation, so you can see what that's like with no frame gen. All right. So 75 without any generated frames. So still very good gameplay and a slightly better response rate now that I don't have frame generation enabled. Yeah, so I would still say it's extremely playable and highly recommendable in terms of overall gameplay experience for a single player experience especially. And I probably would play with frame gen in this kind of game. Maybe. I don't know. This kind of game, response time matters a lot to dodge. So maybe it wouldn't be a good idea. But yeah, with enough fiddling, it's certainly possible to get superb frame rates and a great overall experience. Oh, we had Baldur's Gate 3 in here, but we do not have that game installed. I have, instead of Baldur's Gate, I've added Oblivion. So we'll be testing Oblivion today. I also have Monster Hunter Wilds. which is another very, a very difficult to run game. So let's see what kind of FPS we get in that as well. Francisco says, for you in gaming, are better the i9 14900HX or the new 275HX? The new Ultra 9 275HX is better. So yeah. All right, so Counter-Strike 2 is our next game. All right. All right, so we're gonna do very high preset with FSR on quality, okay? And for our game, we have it set to show FPS all the time, but we also have CL show FPS enabled as well. We'll hop into Dust 2 in a deathmatch. Dom asks, hi, are you going to test Warzone? No. I used to test Warzone on every laptop, but unfortunately, Warzone testing is constantly changing, so it's hard to compare results. And then installing Warzone takes forever. It's very buggy, glitchy. So I do not test Warzone anymore. I may do it in a more specialized scenario, add it in again at some point. So right now we're doing over 100 FPS on very high settings, DLSS on quality. The all-powerful up. Let me turn the audio up and see if I can hear left and right sounds. Ooh, getting a little bit of stuttering there, or maybe ping loss. In the top right, you can see the FPS average as well. Let me move my screen, and let's change this so you can see this screen better. There we go. Dang, okay. So over 100 FPS, the 1% of those feel really, really good. You could definitely get more FPS just by changing the settings down to a bit lower. And I think people who take this very seriously probably would want to do that. Just because inside of Counter-Strike, maximizing your FPS is just really, really important. So, oh, was that guy? That guy was hacking. There's no way that was a legit shot. Because that was a scout headshot the moment I came into view. So, yeah. So, as you can see, we're easily playing this game really, really smoothly. It feels really good to me. I'm an advanced Counter-Strike player. I've made it up to the legendary Eagle rank inside of ranked mode inside of the game. So I know what's good. If we go to medium, all right, medium quality settings. Let's see what we get. All right. Did it save? Our average FPS right now says 200, 148, 182, 190. So now we're doing well over the 180 FPS of the screen, often at least, or we're hitting very close to it. So we're hitting basically ideal FPS range for Counter-Strike 2. At least ideal enough to where, I mean, if you were to really take this to the maximum, you probably would want to try to go all the way to as many FPS as possible by going to low graphics settings. Like if I was trying to play ranked, that's what I would do. I would try to take it up to like 250 FPS probably on average. All right, last death. All right, that's 5 kills. Let's go. 6. Oh gosh, there's too many of them. Ah! Okay, so really, really fun. Great gameplay. Highly can recommend playing Counter-Strike 2 on this laptop. Let's move on to the next game. Cyberpunk 2077. Okay. Whale Yaya says, any news on the X13? Great question. I'm not sure. Has there been any new X13? I think you have to buy the old one right now if you were wanting to get it. I don't believe it was refreshed in 20. I think people just decided that they were going to either go for the tablet or they were going to go for the G14, I think, is fundamentally what happened. So I don't know if they're going to refresh it this year or not. As far as I know, they're not. Okay, Francisco says, I heard about the problems of latency in the new Ultra 9, and I was undecided. Interesting. I've not heard anything about latency issues for the Core Ultra 9. Where did you hear that? That's interesting. I'm curious to know more. Okay, so Cyberpunk 2077, borderless windowed. We could go to full screen too if we want. Graphics. Let's go to Ultra. We'll do FSR 3, balanced. Frame generation, sure. High textures. All right, so Ultra settings, that means no ray tracing, because I think that's the thing you have to get rid of. If you're gonna play this game, or if you're gonna play modern games, you gotta recognize that by getting this tablet, you're not gonna be playing with ray tracing in all the titles. At least a lot of them. You're gonna need to turn off ray tracing. It supports XE GPU. I believe you are talking about the port, the special port that they added in, and no, this Flow Z13 does not have that special port, which is interesting, huh? In some ways, it kind of is a bummer, right? Because people who got the XG Mobile, now they can't use it on the new version of the Flow Z13. Maybe the X13, the Flow X13 can use it. I'm not sure. I have to look into that. All right, so no ray tracing, run benchmark. This does have USB 4 ports on it, so you can use an external GPU that uses USB 4. But the XG Mobile had the specialized port that made it a little bit better because it had extra PCIe lanes. All right, so ultra graphics settings with no ray tracing, FSR 3 with frame generation enabled. We're doing 106 FPS, 92 FPS for our 1% low. you can see the frame time graph is absolutely rock solid, perfect, pretty much. Very, very responsive and very, very smooth looking. Now, because we have frame generation, there it does add just a little bit to the latency. But if we're doing over 100 FPS, it's going to still be really, really good, even with frame gen in terms of aiming and all that. I wouldn't play a competitive shooter with frame generation enabled, but a single player game like this, make it extra smooth if you want. Or you can turn frame generation off and still get good frame rates and a little bit better latency. It just won't look quite as smooth. Does the Radeon software let you adjust GPU clock? That's a great question. I'm not sure. I haven't tried overclocking this at all yet. Maybe. So 109 FPS for ultra graphic settings, frame generation FSR3, and FSR is on balanced mode. Okay. If we go to the main menu and load into the actual game, get some gameplay going, we'll be able to see what kind of FPS we get. And we can enable and disable frame gen, so you can see what it's like without frame gen as well. I think this is the right save. I have so many different saves in Cyberpunk. It's hard to keep track of them all. Francisco says, some forums and reviews say that the Core Ultra 9 has worse latency in gaming in respect to the 14th gen. Is that referring to desktops or laptops? And I'd be interested to know what specifically they're referring to, you know? Okay, so this is one of the gameplay areas. I can't fight because they're all dead. Let's see if I can find it when they're still alive. I think this one they're still alive. Let's see. Yes, okay, here we go. All right, so here we are, ultra settings, FSR 3, frame gen enabled. No ray tracing. 133 FPS on average right now so far. It's extremely smooth. Gameplay looks really good. Obviously no ray tracing, means the lighting doesn't quite look as good though. Uh-oh. I should probably mute it if they're going to be saying curse words. Okay, let me turn off frame gen so you can see what it's like with no frame gen. All right, so we're doing 66 FPS right now without frame gen. So it's a very significant FPS loss turning off frame gen in terms of smoothness, but the gameplay is still very playable at 66. on ultra settings, right? If we were to go to low settings, I think we can do low settings without having to restart. Low settings with balanced FSR and no frame gen. So 95 FPS with no frame gen. Turning on frame gen. On low, 180, 175, 160. So around 170 FPS on low with frame gen. So extremely parable with extremely high responsiveness. It feels really good. It's extremely impressive for an integrated GPU. That's all I can say. All right. Let's move into Elder Scrolls Oblivion Remastered, I think is the next one. Yes. Elder Scrolls Oblivion Remastered is next. So this just came out. It's very impressive remaster of the Oblivion game. I think it's a phenomenal game. If you like Skyrim, if you like RPG games, I've got about, I think, 4-5 hours in this already since it came out, and I've been really enjoying it. That said, you can still kind of tell it's an old game that was redone because some of the menus and complexity was from an older title. This was made in 2006. And that said, the remaster, they did a lot to improve it, including some of the usability things. So 2560 by 1600, all right? Motion blur and screen space reflections are enabled. We're on all ultra settings, except ray tracing is on software and low, all right? FSR currently is set to performance mode. Let's try setting it to balanced mode. Okay, so the only thing that we have turned off right now is ray tracing again. All right, so let's see what we get. Okay, how does the watts stay so even? I'm not sure exactly what you mean. But the watts, I mean, it's trying to run the maximum possible wattage. So it's sticking to 82 watts, you know. So right now we're doing 95 FPS. We're trying to escort Brother Martin, who's the successor to the throne, to the priest. But then in the middle of escorting him, I came across an Oblivion gate. So here I am now. Let's go back to the Oblivion gate, because this is a really graphically intense area. This is where I want to do the benchmark, I think, is just probably walking in front of the Oblivion gate with ray tracing enabled. Any chance of a max CPU launching in desktop CPU version? I don't know. That'd be interesting, right? I'm guessing because the wattage pull is so little, they probably would not even try to do that. I gotta fight this wolf here. Okay, so this is very intense lighting. So we're getting, I believe we have frame generation enabled as well here. So frame generation is on. FSR mode is set to balanced. And everything else is set to ultra with ray tracing even enabled, because you cannot fully disable it. This is just ray tracing on low, basically. All right, so we'll do a run through past this. This is an Oblivion gate. So 49 FPS right now. And we're running into VRAM limitations. Do you see this? Our VRAM is being capped at 7.8 gigs. And so this is a game where you're probably going to want to do 16/16 as far as VRAM allocation. And that's not good, you know? So if we were to go in here and we were to change the textures to a medium, all right, these stutters are probably from VRAM limitations. Let's see if we keep running into, okay, well, we're still basically hitting the max cap on our VRAM right now, 7.7. So we're probably still stuttering due to our VRAM cap being hit. So let's set our texture quality to low. Texture quality to low. Now we're doing 7.5. So I don't think we're hitting max VRAM cap, but we're right at the edge of it, you know? So I'll reset our 1% low and our tracking. Like I said, this is the hardest place to run, right by these portals. So if I were to run, like if I point at the portal, we're doing 45 FPS. If I point away from the portal, it's still really low. It's because the forest is complex. FPS. Interesting. All right. So all of this to say, we can push for a lot more FPS if we just go to, say, performance mode for upscaling. And let's go to, instead of ultra, let's go to medium. All right, so we'll just do medium overall with FSR. Let's do balance. If we're gonna drop to medium, let's just do balanced. Okay, so now we're 75 FPS, much smoother, way better. Whoa. Okay, well, we're just changed everything, so big load-in error there, or stutter. Frame time graph should hopefully look a lot better now on medium. And like I said, if I were to run this, I probably would set it to ultra, maybe do upscaling to performance, and then set it to 16 gig 16 VRAM for system RAM and VRAM. And I think our performance would be acceptable in the majority of areas. So, but even in this really hard to run area, we're getting 70 something FPS with occasional little stutters. Let's hop inside the portal, and you'll see that FPS is much higher away from that portal. Now we're doing over 100. We're in the 120s now. So like these portals, certain areas like the forest area in particular, I've noticed is really bad, especially when it's around a portal. But other areas of the map run exceptionally better. So, you know, it really depends on where you are in the game. But, ooh, we're getting attacked by a plant. Anyway, this game's fun. I highly recommend checking it out if you like dark RPG games with fun elements and strong character progression and some pretty good storytelling. The central story of the game is there's demons coming from a demon realm, the Oblivion realm here, or whatever. They're trying to invade the main continent, and you have to go in and close these portals. So you have to go into this tower or that tower or something, and then it'll close down the portal and you'll go back to the main world. So you're like the hero that saves the world, basically. What's up, Darren? So overall, you can see, depending on what you set, you can get some really great FPS, and you're probably switching to ultra settings, FSR on performance mode. we're still getting, even on ultra settings now, we're still getting over 100 FPS. So depending on where you are, can really impact your FPS inside of Oblivion. But this is clearly good. Clearly good enough FPS on usually. But I would recommend going to the 16 gigs of VRAM to see if that improves your performance overall. I think it likely would in a lot of the games. Okay, let's go into God of War. We need to move through these last games a little bit faster if we can. Just get ourselves some data and then move on. Because the stream is already 3.5 hours long, so. Long live stream. All right, so graphics is on Ultra. Display is QHD with FSR on balanced. Soccer Man, I think your idea of putting one of these AI Max CPUs into a desktop, it's an interesting one, and it probably would work, but they'd probably put it into a mini PC rather than a full desktop. Okay, so ultra settings, FSR unbalanced, QHD resolution, no frame generation. We're doing 56 FPS with extremely stable 1% lows at 54 FPS. That means great overall gameplay experience and smooth, responsive gameplay, all right? So very, very good overall. If you were to go down and change our graphics to original, now we're doing 85 FPS, 76 for 1% lows. It's even more responsive. The game looks great still, extremely playable. Obviously, this is something that I think a lot of people would really enjoy. So no issue playing God of War at original settings at over 100 FPS. You're gonna have to down the settings a little bit if you want high FPS gaming though. The future of iGPU is here. Yeah, I mean, just imagine what this is gonna look like in 5 years. If they keep developing the iGPUs to be like this one, but even better, people won't even need dedicated GPUs anymore at a certain point, at least for the majority of games. Because we're running ultra settings at QHD with some upscaling with no ray tracing right now. That's the main thing right now. The iGPU is just going to choke on ray tracing the moment you turn that on. So AMD frame generation is on. FSR is on balanced. 2560 by 1600. All ultra settings with no ray tracing is what we have set right now. We might need to lower our textures because it might cause some stuttering if we have textures set to only 8 gigs. Let's see. Yeah, we're maxing out our VRAM again. And our lack of VRAM is causing stutters. See the little micro stutters right here on the frame time graph? Let me just run through here. Now, if you were to just go ahead and assign 16 gigs of VRAM, you could get past that. You wouldn't run into the VRAM stuttering issue, right? So let's just set low textures. And now look at our frame time graph, see if it's better. It's going to take a moment to reload all the textures, right? So let's just give it a moment. All right, so our 1% low was at 12, and now it's at 30, which is way better in terms of a visual experience. 74 for our average FPS, 30 for our 1% low. I wouldn't say this is a perfect gaming experience here in Hogwarts yet. But let's see what happens. Let's set everything to medium. All right, so medium settings now, we're doing 101, 35 for a 1% low. That's a whole lot better. And it's clearly looking way smoother. Like the 1% low is just, it's a lot better now. So if we were to, I still want to benchmark on Ultra though. So let's just go ahead and set everything back to Ultra. But just know that you're probably going to want to set it to medium if you were to actually play at super high frame rates. We'll go to low. Low textures, everything else is on Ultra. Scapo with the $10 super chat. Thanks so much. Any thoughts on SSD NAS setups? Been debating between you, Green, and Aster setting up for a rig show I'm working on. I really appreciate the super chat, but I'm not an expert on NAS setups. Quite frankly, the SSDs these days, the Gen 4 SSDs, not even the Gen 5 ones, the Gen 4 SSDs are so fast. They're due 6,000 megabytes per second, read and write. I mean, how much more speed do you need, right? I mean, at a certain point, it becomes a bottleneck of your codec being the problem. And springing for a really expensive SSD setups, I don't think that's going to necessarily give you more performance than a Gen 4 SSD. At least that's my initial thought, most likely. Because you're going to run into other CPU bottlenecks first before trying to, before the other, like your CPU is not going to be able to process things fast enough, basically. And your SSD is already fast enough in Gen 4 high speed. Is basically my thought. Initially, I don't know. You could probably edit super, super high resolution footage, even on a Gen 4 SSD. So, okay, 80%, 80 FPS for average, 30 for a 1% low. Excellent, with our frame time graph also being excellent overall, without major blips and glips, It's good enough to have a good enough gaming experience here on Ultra, though I probably would want more FPS because we have frame generation on. I'd rather be getting over 90, so I would turn some things to maybe high or medium to ensure that we're averaging over 90. That said, this is also the hardest area in Hogwarts to run, so other areas around the world, you're going to get probably more than 80 FPS. So, Soccer Man recommends going for the Asus NAS setup. So, there you go. I'm really sorry that I can't help you out more, especially since you gave a super chat. I really appreciate it. Okay, let's hop into Marvel Rivals next. So this is the new, very popular kind of Overwatch competitor or replacement, but instead of Overwatch heroes, you're using Marvel heroes. And it's fun. I played quite a few hours of this. So let's see what kind of FPS we get here in Marvel Rivals. All right, so we've got Marvel Rivals, Monster Hunter Wilds, and then The Witcher 3. So we got 3 more games total. And then we're going to do a summary of everything that we found out. So for a game like this, most people are going to want to play competitively. So they're going to focus on the lowest settings possible. Right, they're going to go for the lowest settings possible, while also turning off frame generation and probably running it at the lowest upscaling so you get the most possible FPS. So let's see what we get for our FPS. We'll have about 12 terabytes per day of shooting between 6 red cameras. Oh my. That is a lot. That is so much. Okay, so you're talking about like Hollywood film setup level of storage. So yeah, you're probably gonna need like a 40 terabyte type of system. So I'd have to actually do more research because I don't need that level of storage. 16 terabytes of storage in my Blade 18 is enough for me. We'll go with Punisher. So we're doing 160 FPS in the menu. I don't know what we'll get in the game yet. Check esports games in low settings. Yeah, I mean, generally, I think that's the recommended way to do it. I didn't do Counter-Strike 2 that way. I did it on very high and then medium. We could have went low. It's possible, but... All right. So we're in the lobby. 160 FPS with 97 for our 1% low is really, really good. Let's see what we get when we actually get into fighting people. We'll go for a few deaths and then we'll move on to the next game. Any rich people here? I got $10. It's weird that you don't sprint in this game. So 168 FPS. I'll go ahead and just restart it because now that we're actually in combat, it's going to be a little bit different. Wow, he died so fast. Oh boy, I'm going to die. Where's the healer? We got a healer? There was a lot of time for someone to heal me. Why can't I make one of these? Ooh, we killed Spider-Man. He's hard to kill. All right. Nice, looking good. We're doing good, we're doing good. Oh no. What's that hero's name? This guy? I was just watching the movie for it. Can't believe I can't remember. So right now we're doing 124 FPS. So we won. 127 FPS, 70 for a 1% low. That's phenomenal performance and can definitely feel like a great gaming experience, though we're not hitting our max FPS for the 180 hertz refresh rate. So if you're trying to hit max refresh rate, it's not quite capable of doing that, even on the lowest settings with performance upscaling. So, a little bit sad that we can't hit that with maximum performance. The Punisher? Yeah, but what's the name of the guy? Venom. Venom is the name. Okay, yeah, that's what it is. Okay, Venom was the guy that kept attacking me from behind, and he died right away when I turned around and shot him. So, Monster Hunter Wilds, a very poorly optimized, difficult to run game that you should not expect to run ultra settings on except on the highest end hardware. That's what I'll say right now. So QHD resolution, we want to go uncapped FPS. All right, we're going to go to low settings. For upscaling, we'll try to run balanced. I don't know if we'll be able to do that. But we'll be on low settings, balanced upscaling, frame generation enabled. All right? Let's give it a shot. I think we'll have pretty good frame rate here on these settings. It's pretty amazing to me that we're getting this good of performance on only 80 total watts, total system watts. All right? Okay, so we're doing in the ballpark of 100 FPS. $80, $90, $95. I should probably try to get the Monster Hunter Wilds benchmark, but I forgot to install that, so it's not installed right now. We're on the lowest settings. Let's try going to ultra settings. Is that going to crash us? FSR, frame generation, upscaling. Let's do balanced. All right. So ultra settings now with frame generation and FSR, 60 FPS, 28 for 1% lows. This is a game where you probably would actually be able to just run it at this. It's not going to be the smoothest. You're going to get some artifacting with frame generation enabled, but it looks extra smooth with frame gen on. 65. You may want to go a little bit lower on the graphics settings to get you closer to 90, but still, it looks pretty good, and it's definitely playable. That's the key thing. You can get playable frame rates in this game for sure. Depending on the settings, right? Lowest possible settings, you can get close to 100, a little over 100. On ultra settings, with upscaling and frame gen, getting closer to 60. So it really depends on the settings that you set it. Wonder what's up here. I don't know. But, yes. Monster Hunter Wilds, very cool game. I definitely need to find a better benchmarking methodology for this game, though, because I need to go into the same battle every time or figure out something. It's a lot more complex to play this game than because there's a lot of different areas. So running around the swamp is not going to be the same thing as doing one of the boss fights. So that's the one thing I'll say is that I wish I had the ability to just go right into a boss fight and do the same one every time. That's why I need to download the benchmark instead of the actual game, probably. All right. The Witcher 3 is our last game for testing today. Let's see what we get. Francisco says, now you wouldn't Now you wouldn't recommend an RTX 4070 for the 8 gig of VRAM. I could still recommend the RTX 4070 at the right price, but to anyone that's considering buying a 4050, 4060, or 4070, know that you're going to have to set textures to low or medium in a fair number of titles now. A decent number of titles are going to just struggle to hit good frame rates with only 8 gigs of VRAM, you know? So, all right, so we're going to be on ultra settings with FSR 2 set to balance, no dynamic resolution scaling. So this is the Ultra Graphics preset with FSR set to balance, basically. Display, you can see that we're at 2560 by 1600 with unlimited FPS in full screen mode. All right, so into the benchmark area. Francisco says, I'm undecided between a Vector 17HX with 4090 and the Asus Strix G16 with 4070. I was afraid of the build quality of the Vector in the long run. I think it's going to depend a lot on how many times you plan to pack it up and open it up a lot, because the main thing that might fail in the Vector is the hinge. That'd be my number one concern. Just the screen coming apart from the hinge, basically. Okay, so we have no frame generation enabled right now, and we're getting in the 70 ballpark range, 60s FPS range. So looking good overall. 60 FPS is still good enough to have a good gaming experience. Keep in mind, we're on ultra settings. You go to low settings, you can get quite a few more FPS. And we're also on balanced FSR mode. So running through, if you're looking to get the 100 plus FPS range, it's still possible. You're just gonna have to go to low settings, I think. Or maybe medium or high settings. Don't know yet. But right now we're getting 67 on ultra settings with FSR unbalanced. No ray tracing. Again, you're not gonna be able to play ray tracing in the majority of games with this GPU. It's one of the main trade-offs. Did they patch The Witcher 3 so that this is slow now? What is this? This is new. What the heck? Okay, all right. Well, we made it here. All right, so 7155. Extremely playable. Works really well. That said, I probably would want over 90 FPS, so let's just see what we get on low, right? Low with FSR unbalanced. Now we're in the 90s. It's very nice. It's running really, really well. 90, 78, 1% low is nicely improved as well. So yeah, low still looks quite good as well in The Witcher 3. So I would recommend, I probably would play this on some kind of mixture of low to medium if I were to try to play this game on this laptop. Or just do more upscaling or lower the resolution or something. But getting closer to 90 FPS certainly feels better in The Witcher 3. Partially because everything, even the response time and the way the whole game feels, just gets more sluggish around 60 FPS compared to 90. So it's part of the game engine funkiness. It just performs weird. But it's certainly playable on ultra settings as well. Okay, so it's time to recap everything, do our final summary of everything, and give you my thoughts on is it worth it and all of that, all right? Palestine Myanmar says, hey, you're the only one who do these reviews smoothly. do these live reviews smoothly. You're amazing. Thank you. I try my best. I wouldn't say today was super smooth though, because we had audio snafus and we didn't have battery in our, we didn't have proper battery in our sound decibel meter. There's a few other things that went wrong, but I really appreciate the positive feedback. Regardless, thank you so much for watching. I appreciate all of you who stuck around this whole live stream. It's long, and I really appreciate you. So it's time for our final summary review, where we talk about everything that we discovered about this tablet. Okay, so I'm going to just kind of rotate over a little bit, put this up here so you can see it. Then I might as well just fold it in half. Let's just pop in to here. Voila. Okay, I'll just hold it in a tablet, because it's a tablet, right? I can actually hold it as a tablet as well. All right. It's very, very beautiful. Okay. Whoa. Oops. Okay. I'm debating about the most secure way to hold this thing. I think I'm gonna pull out the flap on the back. Okay. And I feel like, let me just zoom out a little bit more and raise my mic a little. There we go. Okay. And do that. Close that, and I can hold it like this. There we go. All right. So what's up, and welcome to my final summary review of the Flow Z13. This is a high-performance, very premium gaming tablet. It has 16 cores, 32 threads, and you can get it equipped with 32 gigs, 64 gigs, or 128 gigs of memory. And it has one M.2 slot. That is a short one. So that's one of the biggest cons. All right, now in this final summary review, we're gonna go over everything that we tested in our 4-hour live stream that is linked down below. So if you wanna check all that details out about each game we tested almost all of the games on multiple settings levels, on low, medium, high. Some of the games only had 10 FPS when you run it with everything ultra with ray tracing enabled, not good enough performance. But when you just turn off ray tracing, you pretty much had playable FPS in ultra settings in the vast majority of games with balanced upscaling at QHD resolution. So very playable. The games still look very good. And the thing is, this thing is so portable and so light. It's an extremely impressive portable performance package. It's an extremely impressive portable performance package, both from gaming and a productivity standpoint. All right, so the biggest pros and cons here, obviously a tremendous amount of performance in a portable form factor, weighs 2.6 pounds by the tablet by itself. I think we weighed it in a little bit more than that, but that's rated by Asus, of course. With the power adapter and the keyboard dock put together, which is detachable. This keyboard dock is detachable, has backlight on the keyboard itself, and the backlight is pretty good, could be brighter, but it's a single zone RGB backlight. The keyboard feels good, but there's a decent amount of wobble to it. The touch screen works fine. It does have a stylus. I was not able to test out the stylus. The touchpad on the keyboard dock itself is also very effective and works quite well. The port selection on this device, we have one USB-A, a headset 3.5 millimeter jack, this button is like a command button over here. It'll pull up a menu that lets you quick switch your fan profiles, open Armory Crate, and open a keyboard for the touch screen if you need to type something in and you don't have the keyboard attached. You can also hold it for a long press to pull up Copilot Plus if you want to interact with the Windows AI agent. You also have a volume rocker and a power button on the right side at the top. On the front, we have a 5 megapixel IR Windows Hello camera that looked pretty good on the back. We have a 13 megapixel camera that looked really good, very similar to a smartphone camera quality for taking photos and videos. Probably not quite as good as the latest iPhones and Samsungs and all that, but it's still extremely impressive for a multimedia device, because usually the cameras suck. So very impressive camera quality. Now on the left side, we do have two USB 4s Type-C and HDMI 2.1 are reversible Asus power plug that comes in from a 200 watt power adapter that has a rather short power cable, only about 7 feet or so for the total length, which is shorter than I would like. Then we have a micro SD card slot here. The kickstand is has a wide range of motion, so I can show you this. You can lay this thing almost completely flat. Not quite, well, you can obviously lay it completely flat if you want, just like that. But if you wanted to have some angular control or whatever, you can really set it to whatever you want. And it's very stiff here. So very firm support for the tablet itself to stay upright. Now, if you want to upgrade the storage on here, this is where the M.2 storage is. I wish there was 2 of these small ones, or at least one big full-size one, so you can get up to 8 terabytes of storage. I'm gonna wait for the ambulance to go by before I continue. All right. Of course, you can use the micro SD card slot as kind of an extra storage slot as well. You can put up to 2 terabyte micro SD card in there, but know that the performance and speeds will not be comparable to an SSD, and more likely to fail than an SSD over the long haul. You can play some games on it, but again, performance will not be as good. Now, looking over this. Now, as far as bloatware on here, there's not much. You got McAfee, and I had to uninstall that, but for the most part, that was the only thing that I removed on the system. The MyASUS and Armory Crate are the 2 main applications. You also have AMD Adrenalin, which is a 3rd application you can use to control the laptop. Pretty much everything you need to control the laptop, though, is in Armory Crate on a day-to-day basis. You've got 4 power modes in there: Silent, Performance, Turbo, and Manual. And all of them are going to provide basic enough performance, even in games, for the majority of games. But if you really want to reach peak performance, you're going to want to either use Turbo or Manual mode. Turbo mode really balances the fan noise with performance better. But if you want the peak possible performance in games, pull it 82 watts consistently, then you really need to use Manual mode with a higher fan noise, ideally. If you want to reach peak performance, that's the reality. If you want the better balance of performance and noise, then run Turbo or Performance mode, but just know you'll probably want to set settings down just a little bit more to get more FPS in demanding games. Now, the keyboard and mouse on this feel good to me in terms of actual day-to-day usability, but there's a lot more flex and wobble when you're putting a lot of weight on the keyboard itself. That's the main thing to keep in mind. The key spacing, the keycap size, and the touchpad have all been improved in this 2025 version compared to previous versions. There was a bit smaller, a bit more cramped in the last gen version. The display nits brightness we tested was, I believe, around 480 or so nits. Brightness, I can't remember the exact number, but it was a little bit less than the 500 nits Asus quoted. We also had lower color gamut on the P3 color gamut. We had about 95% of the P3 color gamut compared to the 100% color gamut claimed by Asus. The laptop software itself, the Armory Crate software and MyASUS software worked flawlessly in my experience, had no issues. One very unique performance feature for this laptop that you control in Armory Crate or the AMD Adrenalin software is VRAM, or your video memory, on this laptop is unified with the system memory, meaning you can choose how much video memory you use on the system. So you can set it to 8 gigs or 16 gigs, depending on what game or application you are playing, and that can directly impact the game's performance. And so that's the main reason why I recommend, if you're going to buy this laptop, don't buy the 32 gig version, because in this version that I have here, it's not quite enough total memory to really utilize, if you go 8 and 24 gig split, so 8 gigs of VRAM, 24 gig system memory, that's enough system memory, but it's not enough video memory in more demanding games. So you're going to end up setting textures to medium or low, depending on the game, to not have stuttering and problematic performance, performance reduction. So for those games, you're going to need to set it to 16 gigs. A little bit extra hassle every time you load into a game to reach peak performance, or to not have stuttering occurring. Ideally, you could get this with the 64 gig or the 128 gig, and then you can set the video memory to 24 gigs or 32 gigs, and then have 32 gigs of system memory, or 32 gigs, or 64 gigs, or 96 gigs, depending on which one you do and what you set it to be. But obviously, 16 gigs is probably enough for basically all the games at QHD currently. So I would recommend going for the 64 gig model and getting 16 gigs allocated to the video memory. But I love the idea of having unified video and system memory, as long as it's fast enough, because it's going to allow the system to be future-proof from a video memory perspective. You'll never run out of video memory. If you're like, oh, this game requires 32 gigs of video memory, oh my goodness, it's crazy. Like in 5 years or something, some crazy game comes out. You can just set it to 32 gigs and you're good to go in the future. So obviously, whether or not you can actually render the game with the GPU in here may be completely different. Now, the Ryzen AI Max 395 CPU comes with 16 cores, 32 threads, which is a ton of CPU performance. And the integrated GPU is the most powerful integrated GPU ever put into a gaming laptop, the Radeon 8060S. And it's tremendous. It's amazing for an integrated GPU. The overall performance in basically every game is possible to get great performance with some tweaking, but know that you will need to tweak some of the settings if you want to have a high FPS gaming experience. This thing is not as powerful as, say, an RTX 4080 or 4090, where you can just slap ultra settings and turn on ray tracing and everything and still get playable frame rates in every title. This one's going to require some finessing and some extra time in the settings to get the game to run smoothly, if you want to get the best blend of graphics performance and graphics quality, right? So let me say that again. So you're going to need to get, you're going to need to fiddle with the settings if you want the best blend of graphics performance and graphics quality, which is usually going to end up somewhere around high graphics with ray tracing disabled in almost all the games I tested. You can use ultra graphics in almost all the games I tested with balanced upscaling at QHD resolution with ray tracing disabled. And if you wanted to enable ray tracing, there's going to be a handful of games that you're going to be able to run ray tracing on low or medium and still get 60 FPS. But I mean, just don't expect it, right? In Oblivion, we were running with ray tracing on low because you have to run it on low. That's the only option. And we are still getting, depending on the area, at least 40 FPS, but all the way up to 90 or 120 FPS. So some games you can run with ray tracing. It's just going to really depend on the title. But the majority of games just know ray tracing disabled is pretty much the only setting you have to turn off. And then you can run everything else on high or ultra and get great FPS. So yeah, it's an interesting conundrum there. All right. So Ada64 RAM speed test, we saw super fast speeds, faster than anything I've tested before. So extremely fast RAM speed, though the latency was not as fast as some of the faster RAM that I've tested before, but the latency was still pretty good. The CrystalDiskMark was 6,000 read, I believe, and 5,000 something write. So very fast read and write. Plenty fast enough for the vast majority of people out there that you're not going to need a faster SSD. But you will probably need a larger SSD because 1 terabyte of storage space really is not very much in 2025. The God of War Ragnarok is 175 gigs, and that's one game. So that's, you can install 5, 6 modern games that are large on this SSD, and then it's full. And when you run out of SSD space in here, and you only have 8 gigs allocated to the VRAM, if you run out of VRAM, it'll crash the system currently. I ran into a lot of crashes because I didn't realize my SSD had reached full capacity. So make sure that your SSD always has maybe 10% left in the SSD at least, if you want to ensure that the system does not crash when it runs out of video memory, if you have 8 gigs allocated for video memory. So Cinebench R23 and R24, we saw some really good performance for a thin portable system, like insane levels of performance for a thin and portable system. Time Spy, we saw 10,600 in manual mode, 10,300 in turbo mode, 8,000 for performance mode, and around 6,000 for quiet mode. So depending on what you set, it'll increase the power limit up from about 40 to 50 to 65 up to 70 or 82, I believe, for manual mode. So depending on what power limit you set it at, you can get a accordingly increased level of performance and fan noise to go along with it. So it's all very expected and normal, and follows a nice curve to it. Now, compared to the Asus's marketing claims for Cinebench and Time Spy score, we were a little bit lower than their claimed Cinebench score in particular by about 10% or so. But it was still within range of Silicon Lottery levels, which about 10% variance is about as extreme as it gets, but it's barely within variance. I really wish they had claimed a little bit lower levels of Cinebench R23 performance, because it's, you know, if I'm getting 2,000 less than what they estimated, you know, that's doesn't look great in my opinion. Now, under CPU only workload, we saw about 67 watts of continuous throughput, and that was the most this system could sustain over the long haul. But that's because the CPU die is actually smaller than the integrated GPU die. So when you run the CPU and GPU at the same time, there's more surface area to dissipate heat, so you can actually ramp the CPU up to a more sustained 82 watts when the integrated GPU and the CPU are running at the same time, and the temperature remains pretty dang good overall when running games. We were like in the 70s and 80s in the majority of the time when running games. So quickly, let's go over the games. Black Myth Wukong, we were running on high settings, no ray tracing, frame generation enabled, and we were hitting over 100 FPS. Turning off frame generation, we were in the 70s. Very, very responsive, very, very good gameplay. Counter-Strike 2, very high settings. We're doing like 110 to 120-ish FPS. Turning settings to medium and FSR on quality, we were running, I think, around 180, but give or take, it went down to 150, then it went over 200. So bouncing around close to the 180 hertz refresh rate of this QHD display. So very, very good gameplay in Counter-Strike 2. You could even set it to lower settings and get even higher FPS if you want. Cyberpunk 2077 on ultra settings, FSR unbalanced, and frame generation enabled, we were doing close to 100 FPS, I believe. 109, I think, in the benchmark technically. But in actual gameplay, it was more like bouncing around the 100 mark, a little up and below that. If you go to low settings, you can go like 180 FPS in Cyberpunk. If you go to, if you want to increase settings even higher, maybe turn on ray tracing on low, something like that, you could still get some playable frame rate in Cyberpunk, but don't expect ray tracing on ultra to run that well, okay? It's just not, this is not gonna run ray tracing that well in a lot of games. Elder Scrolls Oblivion, ultra settings, textures on low. Depending on the area, you're gonna get like 50 FPS in really, really demanding areas, and then all the way up to 120 FPS in the easier to run areas. And keep in mind, we had VRAM limitations. I only had the VRAM set to 8 gigs in the testing here today, but if we switched it to 16 gigs and 16 gigs for the system RAM, Oblivion would let us run on ultra textures, no problem, without any stuttering. So it really depends on this machine really depends on getting the right VRAM set. The problem is Oblivion also wants more than 16 gigs of system memory. So again, that's why I would recommend picking up the 64 gig model of this unit if you're going to buy it, because it lets you run enough system memory and enough VRAM at the same time in all of the different titles. In Hogwarts, on ultra settings with no ray tracing, FSR unbalanced, and frame generation turned on, we were getting like 70, 80 FPS, but the 1% low was not quite good enough. So gonna have to go a little bit lower than ultra, I think, to get ideal frame rates. So on medium, I think we were getting closer to 90 to 100 with frame gen, which is much better. So again, depending on the settings, you can get super high FPS, closer to the 90/100 in almost all of the modern titles. Marvel Rivals, we were doing 140, I think, for a lot of the gameplay there, but it did go up and down a little bit depending on where we were looking and who we were fighting, but it was extremely responsive and played really, really well. Monster Hunter Wilds on low settings with FSR on balance, I believe we're doing 100 FPS, no ray tracing. Turning everything to ultra with no ray tracing got us closer to 60 FPS, which with frame generation, that's not quite good enough. So gonna have to find some kind of middle ground there. Monster Hunter Wilds, of course, being one of those games that's not very optimized, so expect to have a difficult time running that game in particular on the higher level of settings. You're probably gonna wanna play on the low to medium and with no ray tracing in that game. Witcher 3, able to run about 70 FPS on ultra settings. Again, no ray tracing. If you turn off, if you set things to low, we are doing closer to 90 to 100 FPS. So, and I think in Witcher 3, you really want to go for more FPS. So going to the low to medium settings, I think is a good idea to maximize the fluidity of the gameplay. So overall, in basically all the titles, we were able to achieve very playable, smooth frame rates, but with significant tweaking to the gameplay settings. So going into the Flow Z13 purchase, know that you're going to need to be someone who can change the in-game settings. You can't be like a grandma who doesn't know how to change the settings, okay? So that's the most important thing. And the most important setting to turn off is going to be ray tracing. Turn off ray tracing, set upscaling FSR to balanced, and almost all of the games will be playable just with those two changes alone. Of course, setting the other settings to medium or a mixture of medium and high is going to be playable in the vast majority of games and get you close to 60 to 100 FPS in basically everything. Now, for speakers, the speakers on this unit are sideways facing, so coming out the side here. And I gotta say, when I cupped the speakers like this, the speakers got dramatically louder, like 10 decibels louder. It sounded much better as well. So if you are going to use this to listen to dedicated audio, it'd be smart to put something to the sides of this laptop to bounce the sound back towards the user. Or when you hold it, say you're watching a movie, you probably want to hold it cupped with your hands like this to have the sound, bounce through your hands and back towards the person using the device, because it's a huge difference in terms of audio quality as well as clarity, and total volume went up massively, but it still wasn't a great speaker sound. Without cupping the audio, I would say it was only like a 7.8 in terms of audio quality. There's not that much bass and the clarity is not that good. When I was cupping the audio, the volume was significantly improved, made it easier to hold, it made it easier to understand and enjoy the audio tremendously, but the clarity still was not great. I'd say with cupping, we're probably looking at like an 8.3 for audio quality. It's definitely a lot better, but 7.8 without cupping, 8.3 with cupping, still room for improvement, especially when you compare this tablet versus the premium entertainment audio that you get with something like the iPad Pro, for example, which is just excellent audio in a tablet form factor. So, that's what this is competing against, at least in some ways, for watching movies and whatnot, So it's something to keep in mind, that the audio quality is not going to be quite as good as something like the iPad Pro, or it's going to be significantly worse, is what I'm going to say. Yeah. Overall, can I recommend the Flow Z13? If you are a person who wants a high-performance CPU and who wants to game, and you understand that you need to change a lot of the settings off of Ultra and you'll have to turn off ray tracing, and you're willing to accept those trade-offs, then I think this is a fantastic gaming tablet that provides a ton of CPU performance in an extremely portable form factor, an unbelievably small and portable form factor, quite frankly, for how much performance is in here. So yeah, I can absolutely recommend this. The other thing that's a big downside to this is just the price. You know, this thing starts at $2,300 for the 32 gig model, goes up to $2,600, I believe, for the 64 gig model, and $2,800 for the 128 gig model, something like that. So knowing that the price is an expensive, especially for the amount of GPU performance you're getting, because you could theoretically get the same level of GPU performance with like an $1,100 or $1,200 gaming laptop. So that's a pretty significant trade-off, getting the tablet form factor, getting the detachable keyboard, you know, getting the 16 core 32 threads is probably the biggest upside to buying this, say, versus something like the G14. I think a lot of people who are looking for a portable level of performance on this level is probably going to consider the Zephyrus G14 or this, or maybe another tablet if they really value the tablet form factor. And when you're talking about overall performance, the biggest upside of this versus the G14, you're looking at that 16 core 32 thread processor just crushing the CPU in the G14. So, but from a gaming perspective, the gaming performance on the NVIDIA GPU with the RTX 5080, for example, is going to blow this out of the water, especially for ray trace based gameplay. If you want to be able to turn on ray tracing and everything, then the G14 is going to have a big leg up over this for raw gaming performance. Plus, the G14 is going to have an OLED display. So that's the other, probably the biggest trade-off. But yeah, if you're looking for CPU performance and enough gaming chops in a tablet portable form factor with a good keyboard and a decent selection of ports for a tablet, I think the Flow Z13 is one I can definitely recommend if money is no object, for sure. Or even if, I mean, it's not that expensive compared to other premium products, but it is still on the very expensive side. So those are kind of my thoughts on the Flow Z13. It's such an interesting tablet, and I do plan on actually using this as my secondary computing device going forward, because I think it's awesome for watching content, for playing games on the go, for something I can just grab and throw in my backpack. That's a lot smaller than my Blade 18. I'm going to use it, at least for the foreseeable future here, until I maybe change my Blade 18 into a smaller form factor 16-inch laptop, like the Zephyrus G16. Perhaps that might be something I'm looking to potentially switch my Blade 18 into. Or maybe I'll end up keeping this if I end up switching to another 18-inch device for my main laptop. We'll have to just see, because I do like having everything in one. And this definitely has enough power to keep everything in one device. The main downside for me is the smaller storage amount, being only one M.2 and being only the little short 2210 or 2230 SSD size. It's just not enough space for me, only being able to go up to 2 terabytes of storage space. So those are my thoughts on the Flow Z13. Fantastic CPU, great display, enough performance to play the vast majority of games as long as you're willing to fiddle with the settings. I hope you enjoyed this review today and all the benchmarks. Again, full live stream is linked in the video description down below. Thank you so much for watching. We'll see you in the next one. Brandon out. Huzzah. Okay. All right, so that's my review of the Flow Z13. Let's go ahead and take a quick Q&A from chat. If you guys have any questions, I will review them now. Okay. Turn off Hairworks. It'll give more frames. I thought Hairworks was disabled already, but yeah, I'm pretty sure it was disabled already. You're talking about The Witcher 3. Francisco, I'll open the screen a few more times and move it from house to house. I believe you're talking about the Vector. Yeah, so that would be my main concern, getting the MSI Vector 17 HX. It's just, I don't think MSI has really nailed down their build quality for screens staying on there perfectly yet. Though I'm not sure about the Vector 17 HX. I haven't seen any of those fail necessarily, but just in general, I think MSI is probably the most likely screen to have to delaminate or to dehinge from the hinge itself. Like the screens sometimes are just glued on there, and after 2, 3, 4, 5 years, they tend to pop off a lot, especially if you go up and down a lot over and over. So, yeah. Palenstein says, "Hi, are you the only channel who do these reviews smoothly? You're amazing." Okay, I read that one. Okay. Yeah, Soccerman says, "This product is more than sufficient for older titles." I do agree with that. It's very, very powerful for older titles. And that means 95% plus of PC games are going to run on ultra settings, no problem. It's just the latest and greatest modern titles that you're going to have to mess with the settings, right? Like Black Myth Wukong and Cyberpunk and Oblivion Remastered, stuff like that. Stuff in Unreal Engine 5, you're going to have to go down in the settings a little bit. But all the older titles, man, you're going to be doing 100 plus FPS on Ultra for the most part. Chican says, undervolt or overclock GPU first before doing the other? So undervolt or overclock GPU? So in general with laptop GPUs, you can undervolt them, and I have a guide on how to undervolt an NVIDIA GPU on my channel. It can improve performance, and when you undervolt, you can actually overclock at the same time if you do it correctly. It's difficult to do it perfectly though, because sometimes you pretty much always have to make some kind of compromise. But when you undervolt the GPU, you'll reduce the temperature while oftentimes keeping the same level of performance, which is probably what you want to do if you want to reduce fan noise and reduce overall sound profile while still reducing temperature. If you want to get maximum possible performance and you don't care about fan noise or temperature, then you can just straight overclock. Sorry, my mic fell down. I'm so sorry. Okay. All right. Dennis Larson says, always impressed by how you're able to convey so much information without any pauses for such a long stream. Anyway, thank you for the live stream. I appreciate you, Dennis. Thanks so much for sticking around and watching the live stream. That's it for this episode of Gizmo Slip Tech. We'll see you in the next one. Brandon out.